To hear of a pro-white, white well-being movement, what would your reaction be? I would venture to guess that it might not be anything positive. My reaction throughout most of my life would have been the same. We have been programmed throughout recent history to believe that caring about white people and their well-being is negative and even hateful. Well, welcome to a paradigm shift. I found a movement that is positive for everyone in the Western world.
We have folks who attempt, and very often in many arguments and conversations, hijack the defense of our people, the celebration of our people, to use it as an excuse to victimize other groups. We can't let that happen anymore. We absolutely cannot let that happen anymore. We are here to serve white well-being. We are putting an end to anti-whiteism. If ending the victimization of white people doesn't satisfy you, then you have a different objective. Does that make sense?
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Then it's your chance to be ruthless. jealous, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I'd like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Another Sunday and another gathering, and by God, we're going to have our home again. Featured stories today. Watch the BLM felon who got his bicep blown off, pulling a pistol on Kyle Rittenhouse, just got run over by a black guy. The DOJ has a special division used to run interference when white people are killed or harmed by non-white people. And some Mark Dice video titled, "This is Beyond a Joke." Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there is this. A masochist asks a sadist, "Please hurt me." And the sadist replies, "No." Who would think the sadist would respond that way? It's wonderful to see you. It's a glorious Sunday evening, Monday morning around planet Earth, and we are going free on this Sunday gathering. I'm loving it, ladies and gentlemen. It's 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. And we know those time changes are coming, but it doesn't matter. We are glorious, and we are taking back the world. We are not just doom grifters. We are not doom grifting here, and we are not doom. What is the other one? Where's first last? Spreading or sharing or whatever it is. We're not doing any of that. We are reclaiming our destiny, and that's what we do in service to white well-being. Over the course of this gathering, if you would like to financially gift to yours truly, then you may head on down into the description, and you will find the URLs for D Live, which is up and running now, and glorious and wonderful to see everybody over there on D Live. You may financially gift to me there in their curious little cryptocurrency. You may also head on over to Odyssey and do the same with their cryptocurrency, or even in cash dollars. Hello to everybody over there on Rumble, which is up and running. Let your friends know if you're on Rumble that we're up and running over there as well, and they can watch us there and they can have fun. You may also financially gift by heading on over to Entropy, which is on one of the monitors in front of me. And that's a glorious place where you have a tall Kevin widget, also known as the chat widget now. And you can leave a comment there, and it won't scroll away as they will elsewhere. Make sure you tag me on all of these platforms. Of course, you can tag me on over at YouTube. And finally, you can financially gift over the course of this gathering by heading on over to Subscribe Star. Is that what it's called? Is that the one? Yes, it is. You may financially give there, but also and finally on Cash App. You may financially gift on Cash App in cash dollars or in cryptocurrency. There are a couple cryptocurrency options over there as well, and we will be looking out for any financial gifts over the course of this gathering. And everyone who financially gifts is going to have their comment read, and $20 or more, and the entire community will celebrate your name. And we will remember you for the ages. We will tell our little offspring and the generations of offspring from them all about you and all that you have done in the world. God bless you. You may also just tag me as No White Guilt, and I will see your message, and then I will respond. Even if you disagree with me, do so politely, and the mods will leave your comments in place. I will see them. But even if they get deleted because it is a threat to the channel or you're just being an ass, I can still see them, and I might still respond to them. Wonderful to be with everybody here today. Loving service to white well-being, as is always the case. And you know what we're going to do right away, right up front, we get into our swashbuckling celebration. Then we get, yes, it is. It's okay for you to call. Then we get into our news of the day. And it's funny and it's infuriating and you're going to have a good time. So make sure you stick around. I want to hear what you have to say. Oh, finally, you know, if you're one of those people who still have cryptocurrency and you would like to financially gift in that, you can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. Nowhiteguilt.org. Click on the financial gift tab and you will see the wallets that I use as well as a snail mail address. And we happen to have some mail in the snail mail bag that we will be taking a look at a little later. But quickly, let's get into the celebrations, ladies and gentlemen. I think we need to start them off with a screen share. And where is our friend? Oh, yes, we will do that in one moment. But you know what we first must do? We first must get the crowd going. We must get the cheers going, the crowd going, because This is when you break out your emojis, especially your swashbuckling emojis. Make sure you get out the flags, the crossing swords and shields and all of that, because this is the swashbuckling. This is us heading out into the hinterland, our families, our friends, our co-workers, our live streams, our threads, our blog posts, wherever you go, and you're sharing the lexical dialectical power, the Go Free method, which is taking back our destiny. Nothing mysterious. You don't have to say, do you have some? I saw this. Was it 2 weeks ago? I saw somebody write, does this content creator have some special backdoor access to thus and such? And then I will continue to support him. Oh, yes, of course. Naturally, he does. Yeah, nothing you can see. Isn't that interesting? Nothing you can see. But if anything ever happens, then he'll be able to claim credit for it, and it'll just keep having the money roll in. That's not what happens, Lord. That's not what happens in the real world. That's us going out, and that's why we celebrate. We're starting off with Franklin, Jim Bob, and Matt Murray over in the live chat of Ekundabi, normally having anywhere between 100 and 200,000 people seeing their financial gifts over there, their super chats. They were using, and their comments on the live chat, they were using hush crime. They were using white erasure in verb form, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to use these in verb form, and other concepts from the lexicon in front of scores, even hundreds of thousands. Make sure you give it up. 07s for these heroes in service to white well-being. Make sure you give it up, and don't stop giving it up, because Franklin is in the real world, ladies and gentlemen, as you know. Check it out. There he is. There he is out in the real world, stickering, leafleting, flyering. The state is covered in white well-being. Stop white erasure. Stop white erasure. Stop anti-whiteism. We're in your threads. We're targeting the people who need to be told with love. We are love targeting those content creators who then end up echoing the work that we're doing to the tens and hundreds of thousands and millions across society. And that's how the world gets changed. Big gratitude, big 07s, big swashbuckling flags for the one and only Franklin IRL activism. We also had this past week JK160 influencing Columbia Bugle. Hey, folks, pick a content creator, pick a platform, pick somebody. Let Team White Wellbeing know if you would like to have some support. Otherwise, just pick it, head on over there, start focusing with the love, start swashing over there. That's what we're doing, swashbuckling, swashing on those champions. And you can have accomplishments like this. Columbia Bugle retweeting JK160 using white erasure, and the tweet having well over 10,000 views already. Let's give it up in epic swash for JK160. Making it happen in a swashbuckling style. God bless you, goods. We also have a great comment that I'm going to read a little bit later during the news. Swashbuckling in the real world by Seamus in turning some interaction with some two Mormon gentlemen into an opportunity for swashbuckling and recapturing our destiny. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the most important thing you can do with your life. We also celebrate Seamus, celebrating real world IRL, changing the lives of those around us and thereby changing our families, our communities, our states, our counties, and our countries, ladies and gentlemen, the entire West. Also, give it up in epic swashbuckling fashion for the one and only Robert Hartley. He's got quite a story, and we'll read a little bit of that as well when we get into the news segment, about midway through the news segment. And he had an interaction at a barber shop full of non-white people that he shared the lexical and dialectical power of Go Free with, and they left him shaking hands when he was done getting his haircut. They loved him. They said, thank you. It was a great conversation. We'll talk more about that. God bless you. Hey, you could not have done that with any other approach in service to the recapture of our destiny. God bless Robert Hartley. Epic. How about this? In the thread, I read Blast Beat writes this, epic thank you, epic walk with emojis. He writes this: I am in the process of abandoning my J-spurred worldview for the sake of white well-being. Folks, make sure that Blast Beat hears it from us, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming this champion giving up that detrimental, self-destructive, Ye's Law, harming white well-being tactic in favor of our redemption of love, hope, and redemption. God bless you, brother. He says it's no easy task, but it must be done. Keep up the great work, brother. Folks, we are reaching people. As the priest goes to the sinner, we are the redeemers, and we are coming to our brothers and sisters, whether they're implicit or explicit in their white sympathies. We are reaching out to them, and we are changing the world that they live in, and thereby changing the world that we live in, ladies and gentlemen. Our brother for white well-being, his name for white well-being, created another inspirational video, another tearjerker, ladies and gentlemen. This one titled One Master. This guy is absolutely fantastic. It is splendid what he has brought in service to white well-being, heeding the voice of the West within him. He has also written a testimonial, folks, that is like a poem. It is more like a poem than prose, and I think I'll probably, don't know if I'll read it today, might read it in a rolling going free. It's a long testimonial. It is beautiful. It is poetry. That is for white well-being. Make sure you give it up for this champion. I'm telling you right now, the videos that this guy's making, U.S. West, the videos that this guy's making are going to reach tens, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions, and inspire them to join the ranks of those who are putting an end to the evil of our age, which is, of course, anti-whiteism. God bless this champion. We love you, brother. We have this. We welcome our newest member to the outreach team, the Blue Flame. Give him a swashbuckling flag and an 07 so he knows what to do, ladies and gentlemen. Swashing is the name of the game. And the more epic of a swashbuckler you are, the more we celebrate you and the more your legend will live for the ages. Our YouTube comment champions this week go to Cool Papa J Magic. Folks, he can't be stopped. God bless this champion. Prayers for him and all that he's going through. White Baron, of course, you know it's this hero. Of course, the Franklinator is over there. Jim Bob as well. Victorian Time Traveler and the World Conqueror. All swashbuckling flags for these heroes. Get them out. Team White Wellbeing is still stickering from coast to coast, thanks to, of course, over here, Franklinator, the wonderful Elaine Sabatino, and Jonathan. Give it up for the real world, the real IRL out there in the field, ladies and gentlemen, getting our brothers and sisters, even when they're not on the internet, to turn our direction and to recapture this destiny. Mean Queens and Lord Awards this week go to the Blue Flame, Nocturnia, World Conqueror, Homeless Bear, Just the Misses, Final Blossom, Ardent White, and Anders. If you're saying to yourself, there are a lot of names I keep hearing every single week, it's because these are demigods and demigoddesses among mere mortals, and you can step up and be one of them as well. Make sure that you make your life meaningful, ladies and gentlemen, and here is where you become a knight of the white table. Special highlight this week of RC the Realist, working quietly behind the scenes, having successes on Facebook, reaching content creators through personal email interactions, and with his wife, his wonderful wife, Echo. They did outreach, rejecting anti-white CRT in their local community. Make sure that's some swash. Let them carry the swashbuckling flag right into the meetings in the local community, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful work. Everyone can be a hero in our story by being a member of Team White Wellbeing. Remember to follow White Wellbeing Outreach Team at WWB Outreach Team on Twitter to get daily doses of what our X-File champions are doing, ladies and gentlemen, to reach vagues and spread the Go Free method to as many of our brothers and sisters as possible while we still can. Come up, vote, repost, and comment with the champions, if nothing else. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, 10 seconds and we'll be right back. Keep the swashbuckling going. Yes, it is so awesome. I have to admit, it is so awesome to be a part of a team. No one else has done this. No one else. It has been so many decades. It's been so many years of service to white well-being, and I am fired up. We have built an absolute glorious team of advocates for white well-being, brilliant people, talented people, self-starting people, people who don't allow an excuse to get in their way of service to white well-being. Lives transformed. That can't be said anywhere else, for the good at least. Lives transformed for the good. It cannot be said anywhere else in white sympathy. Everywhere else, you sell your soul, you suffer Ye's law, you end up in some conservative circle jerk, and you can never escape your villainy signaling of anti-whiteism because you think it's going to get you some modicum of reprieve from your anti-white victimizer, and they give you no reprieve. Just ask the sadist at the beginning of the show, The Gathering tonight. There is no reprieve. All they want to do is make you suffer, ladies and gentlemen. Everywhere else, you have like this mentality of it. It's either LARPing or it's some like, he's our prize fighter. We're going to send our prize midget fighter in to do our fighting for us. He's a weirdo. He's a crackhead. Or he's a steroid using imbecile or whatever it is. He's our prize fighter. We're going to send him to go do it. No, the day of being a cuck, and that's what that is. In every sense of the word, the day of being a cuck has to end. And it ends here in service to white well-being, where the knights of the white table have come together, elevating themselves, capturing those true innate powers that are within them, heeding more and more of that voice of the West that's within them. Not something that is beyond expression, beyond explanation, not something that is magical and has nothing tangible to it. Lives change. People get into better health. People get into better awareness of their body, their mind, their spirit. They grow in every single way. And it is all explicit, all there to be seen. And then they go out into the world. And as they continue to go, they transform the lives around them for the better, touching them the same way that they were touched, enabling them to hear that spirit of the West, that voice inside of them, which is among us here today, ladies and gentlemen. It is that spirit that infuses you with that endless strength. No matter how many hardships you face in this world, no matter how many times the anti-whites put more doom in front of you, more doom documenting, more bad news, more victories for them and losses for our people in the West, nothing can stop you because you feel that spirit well up inside of you. And it is literal light through your eyes and mouth onto the world. With your tongue, you change the world. With your words, with your music, with your prose and poetry, with your visual arts, you change the world. With these meme magicians and wizards, they are changing the world, ladies and gentlemen. It is ours for the taking. We need only wrap our fingers around it, and our destiny is ours once again. God bless you all for being here. And we're going to start right off at the very beginning with some financial gifts that came in late last Sunday's gathering. And we're going to rock it out, some rockers emojis. Get out the 007s, 07s, $25 financial gift over there on Odyssey from Ash. Thank you so much. God bless you, Ash. 25 white well-being. 25 save the white baby dollars. 25 no, you will not touch my white women dollars. 25 of them. 25 from Ash, and he says no white guilt. That, ladies and gentlemen, I took as my moniker, and you will use it too as yours. That is the most revolutionary thing that you can say today. And the people who don't understand that don't understand the prison of the mind, the prison of the soul, and therefore the prison of the body that we have found ourselves born to. Literally, not just a reference to some movie, not just going to walk out of a movie theater feeling like you're suddenly the characters in it, like you're some kind of a joke. You just walked out of the Rocky movie and you're like, hey, let's get it on. No, it's the real deal, ladies and gentlemen, real champions in the real world. No cucks here. Nobody in the stands watching what some prize fighter, what some midget prize fighter, what some personality does. No, we are all the champions. And so that's what changes the world. That's what truly terrifies the anti-whites. No wonder they leave us alone. No wonder they try to just silence us. Look at, no wonder they silence us. I see Southern Bloom over there. She said, yes, that's why they silence us, because they can't stop us. They don't talk about us, ladies and gentlemen, in the mainstream, the anti-white media. They don't put our names up there and talk about them because we are not their villain proving their story. No, we are our champions that are going to put them in the history books. God bless, Ash. Who else do we have here? We also had a $5 financial gift over here on Odyssey late last week from Avalon over there. And with that $5, thank you so much. Avalon writes this: coming in at the tail end, I will have to catch up on the rewatch. Let's see, Butchered Chickens with Friends today. Remember, he has a farm that he's making sure that the amount of food he grows will support several families, and he's inoculating the family himself against anti-whiteism. And he says, and we drank some homemade mead and ate and built we built a white positive community while preparing for the future. Boom. Avalon, God bless you, man. That is fantastic. $25 and $5 getting us started right off the very bat. As I said, coming in late last week. And it's fantastic. Why don't we take a look like we did, because it was kind of fun. Why don't we look at a couple pieces of news, and we'll see really quickly before we get in to our story today. Our first story that we're going to be covering is the BLM All-Star Grosskreutz. Boy, he had a run-in, pun intended. We'll get to that though. First, we're going to get to this. We're going to have a look, and we're going to see what kind of headlines do we have today. Well, let's see. Oh, it looks like Trump has a 10-point lead on Biden. Well, they're gonna have to work really overtime. They're gonna have to be stuffing some boxes with ballots to steal this one, aren't they, folks? They're gonna have to be some real ballot box stuffing anti-whites. Let's see, what else do we have here? Tim Scott, questions about whether or not he suddenly gets a girlfriend. On the day they wonder if he is not heterosexual. Isn't that a fascinating piece of news right there? Former NHL player dead at 29. No, all these people dying, that's definitely not, and all having problems with their hearts, definitely not connected to any sort of vaccination that they all had to get. Absolutely not. By the way, on a piece of news, I don't know if you saw on my Twitter, this one guy was saying he's got shit tons of followers over there on Twitter, and he said he would make sure that in office that the government would pay all of these people who were injured by vaccine. And I said, bullshit. I'm not paying shit for them people. You are not making me pay for the people who got vaccines and got injured. No. If you want to do something of value, get into government, use the government to take away all of this protection from the vaccine companies, from the drug companies, make the drug companies pay for everybody that was injured, and then try all of the executives for treason to the country. They put wealth ahead of the well-being of the country, and then whatever punishment that treason, I think treason very often results in execution. And then that's what you should do. Don't take taxpayer dollars to pay for people who were injured by the vaccine. Are you insane? And of course, all of the cucks are like, yay to this guy. Yeah, do that. Use my tax dollars. Chicago, robbers shoot 86-year-old man and steal his truck in broad daylight. Are these robbers, are they out? I wonder. We were just talking about the no cash bail. Were they out on bail without having to pay anything? Are they going to be out on bail? Looks like what happens here. a gang of alleged robbers. I wonder what they were. Wonder what kind of people they were. Shot an 86-year-old man outside of his Chicago home Saturday morning around 10 a.m., then stole his pickup truck. All right, so Charles was a loved community member and a worker, and the neighbors said, we loved each other, and these anti-white bastards. Now, how could this happen in Chicago? Because of white erasure, because our norms and standards have been erased from almost entirely from Chicago. And now you have the neighbors saying, is this going to happen to us? You know, our loved one, a neighbor, was shot dead, community member, contributor to society, shot dead by vile anti-white animals out in the streets. We have, what else do we have here? Oh, Sharpton. Al Sharpton says, no mass killings without mass instruments. That tells you everything you have to know. This race hustling anti-white ass hat is over here saying, Al Sharpton says no mass killings without mass instruments. Now, would this guy be talking about taking away the right to self-defense if anti-whites weren't in charge? I think that tells you everything you need to know about who runs the show. Disarm the population. Yeah, we could disarm them now. Yeah, just take away their right to self-defense now. And anything that an anti-white does to a white person will always just be a robbery gone wrong. That's Al Sharpton for you, ladies and gentlemen. What else do we have here? Oh, DA. DA investigator allegedly shoots self in courthouse bathroom. No. And I'm going to go ahead and guess. Shoots self means that self is a female. Because otherwise they would say himself. An investigator with the Fulton County, Georgia, Fulton County, where law and order is just upheld to its highest of standards. It's like they have brought back the old scholars from Greece and Rome, and they've just dragged them into Fulton, and they have resurrected them, and they are now overseeing the application of law and order in Fulton County, Georgia. District Attorney's Office accidentally shot, oh my gosh, what a surprise, herself in the leg while she was in the bathroom. Oh my God. Yes, that is awesome. It was an accidental shooting. No pun intended. Shit. I mean, how bad was that Taco Bell that you blow your own leg off? That's when the pain is that bad. When the Taco Bell hurts that bad, you pull your own sidearm out and blow your leg off. It was an accidental shooting. So there is no intent to commit a crime. Who said that? The prosecutor. Ash Joshi. Oh my God. This is third world banana disintegrating, civilizational disintegrating hell. This is what they actually said. The former prosecutor actually had to say it was an accidental shooting. So there was no intent to commit a crime. Like, who was she trying to rob? The toilet? What was she trying to rob when she was up there blowing her own leg off? Unfortunately for the investigator, she was the one who was shot. How would you like to have this investigator show up at your door when she's accidentally blowing her own leg off while she's taking a dump? What's she going to end up doing to you? What's going to be written? What's going to be written in her report about you when she can't even keep herself safe from her own sidearm? What about this? We'll try this. Merrick Garland shoots himself. It does say this in the foot, but not literally. With sloppy Ray Epps plea deal. It's worse than you think. My God. The feds, everything has gone downhill, hasn't it? Everything. I mean, thank God we're not facing anti-white 1950, anti-white 1960, Antiwhite 1970. I mean, with all of this diversity, which is a mean pathogen, meaning fewer white people, and when you're not hiring, then when you're actively saying no white males, some white females, but fewer and fewer, long as we're getting females and non-whites, then you're going to be hiring people not based on their competence, but based on their sex or what they claim their sex is or what they claim their agenda is and what their race is. And everything gets increasingly retarded as a consequence. And this is what you're left with now, that the feds can't even keep their agents together. So what is this now? It's worse than you think. Earlier this week, the DOJ charged infamous Fedsurrection provocateur. Says here in this article. I'm not saying that, YouTube. Let's see. Ray Epps with a single misdemeanor account of disorderly conduct, despite what the increasingly desperate regime media would have us think. It's simply ridiculous to think that such a weak misdemeanor charge issued nearly 3 years after the January 6th so Patriots Day could possibly quell suspicion regarding the nature of Ray Epps' involvement in the January 6th Fedsurrection. According to this author, how ridiculous is that? How comical is that? What should we do? They're on to us. What do we do? I don't know. Charge him with a misdemeanor. Oh, boy. Okay. And then what do we have? Let's see. Oh my God. Florida woman found in alligator's jaws was arrested for trespassing 2 months ago. My God, Trump wasn't kidding when he tweeted that. Holy shit. He does feed them to alligators. Man, don't trespass on Trump's house. Don't trespass. And that's what happens when Trump becomes president. He's going to line the border with gators. And he really does. He feeds them to the gators. Down there in Florida, somebody trespassing 2 months ago made her way right into the mouth of an alligator. Hey, there is one really neat piece of news that I got to read to you. This is something that you're going to continue to see less and less of, and it is such a sad thing, ladies and gentlemen. Cheers. NASA asteroid sample capsule safely touches down in Utah. Could you imagine what we would be achieving right now if it weren't for anti-whiteism, if it weren't for having to carry the world on our backs, the white man's burden? Can I hear it? Can I hear about the white man's burden some? I mean, talk about the white man's burden. We're carrying the world on our backs. And if we weren't, if our civilizations weren't being undermined, if we weren't forced to harmonize the diversity, which redirects our talents, our time, our cash, redirects it all into these feckless endeavors to try to make everything work together, to make it all work. Every business has to have everywhere, every state, every county, every school has to find a way to make all of these different multiracial and victim groups, privileged groups, be able to get along and work together, because multiracialism is such strength. It's such strength that we have to waste more than half of all of our talents and abilities and time on trying to make it all function, to try to feed the grease into the gears of what is absolutely coming apart of its own volition. And we're going to be talking about this Gage character in just a minute, but I do the star of BLM, the star. He doesn't do very many curls with the right arm anymore. I understand, though. Not many curls with that right arm. Something went wrong. I think it's called something like Kyle's disease. I think that's what it's called. It's like Kyle-itis. I think he has Kyle-itis in that right bicep. You think that's what he has? Vicious case of Kyle-itis. Doesn't work anymore. We'll get to that in just a moment. After traveling, I want you to try to comprehend this. After traveling billions of miles, did you all even know this? Did you even know? If we controlled our own destiny, if America was still this 90+% white country, and the rest of Europe 100%, 99%, whatever, Each of these countries, if they were still this way and we controlled our destiny, and even more so if we accepted the reality that we are the same people, despite these slight hues and variations, we are the same people, and we can see the evidence in it, in our instinct, our biospirit, in what we produce, what we project onto our environment. White people, whether we have a little bit of this, a little bit of that, we're sometimes a little lighter, we're sometimes a little less light, we're sometimes a skull shaped a little bit of this and a little bit of that. We produce Western civilization, and it is distinct from the other civilizations on the planet. No better, just distinct. And it's an actual cosmic truth. If this were the case, if we recognize that we're all the same biospiritually, first of all, there would be a Neil Armstrong global holiday. The only reason why there isn't a Neil Armstrong global holiday is because white men put us on the moon. Westmen. When the first Westman walked on the moon, another world in the universe. That's why it's not a global holiday. I guarantee you, if it had been Finkelstein or Leroy Terrell or whatever, if it had been some sort of a Honduras type of name, if it had been some sort of an Arabic type of name, we would have a global holiday, and we would all be forced probably to get on our knees and faces and put our asses all the way. We probably would have to learn how to stand like they do in the circus. They used to do in the circus. You would go. They don't do it anymore because they don't allow it, because people were always crying about the animals. And they would have these people, they would come out and they could fold their face right to their ankles. That's what they would make us all do on the global holiday of walking on another planet, if it had been a non-white person. But since it was a white guy and white men, and a lot of white men, by the way, go back and watch the videos, who had Southern accents. What a surprise there. These people who are always tinkering, and they're like, well, there you go. I just built a combine. There you go. I just built. This is how it happens. It's the American ingenuity. It's the man of the West working and endeavoring to create that which does not exist, and then bringing it into the world, and on a shoestring budget relative to the kind of stuff they do now. They walked on another planet. That should be. How many people knew about this? Everyone on planet Earth should know about this. If we controlled our destiny, everybody would know that a piece of one of our spacecraft that we sent out into space, and that tracked an asteroid, and that landed on the asteroid. By the way, a little tidbit of knowledge. One of the astrophysicists that did the mathematics on it was the guitarist for Queen. So literally rocking us. I had to say it. We will rock you. I had to do it. Literally rocking us. Lands the spacecraft. It scoops up material, takes off, and then shoots back over across the universe to come back through the atmosphere, land out in Utah. And now we have this material, very interesting, after traveling billions of miles for 7 years to touch an asteroid and bring a sample home. I remember when this took off. NASA's OSIRIS-REx mission has finally delivered precious samples to Earth. Mission members cheered and clapped as they learned the sample canister had successfully touched down around 10:52 a.m. Eastern in a Utah desert after a nail-biting descent through the atmosphere. Workers tracked. Wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it? We would be there. We would be traveling throughout this solar system. I guarantee you that if we had not been burdened, we would be traveling throughout this solar system. First two and the fourth planet, absolutely. And the moons, absolutely. We would be all over the place. There would be peace and harmony on planet Earth. We would have cured cancer. We would have cured blindness. We would have cured just about everything you can imagine. This is my speculation. In the capsule should be roughly a coffee mug's worth of rock and other material collected from the asteroid, which at the time was more than 200 million miles away. If found to be intact, that single serving of space rock will mark the biggest haul of extraterrestrial material brought back by any nation on Earth since the Apollo astronauts carried pieces of the moon home, and the culmination of NASA's first attempt to bring samples of an asteroid back to Earth. God bless the white race. God bless the white race. You might ask yourself, as we get ready to take a look at the news of Grosskreutz, you may ask yourself, like, how could this be beneficial? Well, it could be beneficial. Since I actually saw the news today and a little bit of the news, Fox News, and they had a woman who was obviously an imbecile, and I guess speechwriters who were imbeciles, because she was reading the news, and she said she read a number like 1 in like 21,000 or something chance. Now, I don't know if that number is accurate. That particular asteroid could come close enough to endanger planet Earth. And so she said, well, that pretty much means it's impossible. No, bitch. Can you do math? Everyone on planet Earth would play a lottery where you have a 1 in 21,000 chance. Are you insane? That means there's a big chance. So, and that's by the end of the century, I think is what they said. So we need to be finding ways to preserve this planet to deflect a meteorite on a collision course. Something that definitely needs to be underway. BLM star. Let's see what he has to say. We're going to be talking as well, of course, about a DOJ, and this I won't be laughing any longer when we get to this point. I am furious over this. I've already been yelling into the silence. You should witness what takes place in my domicile. My domicile. I mean, without any of the naughty stuff, but the rest of the stuff you should, because, of course, you would want to know and see the naughty stuff. But other than that, in my domicile, when I get really fired up, I'm inanimate objects quake. The domicile comes to life. I was so fired up about this. We looked into it. We're going to talk about it. DOJ has a special division used to run interference when white people are killed or harmed by non-white people. And it says here in the title, may even write scripts for families. We're going to talk about it. There's some speculation here. There is a department. And of course, this sort of thing would be unbelievably kept under wraps. But we can look at outcomes and we can talk about that. So we're going to get fired up. We're going to get very excited and upset and angry when we get to that point. But before we get there, this is funny, even though it's not a joke, because BLM felon, I like to refer to him as All-Star. BLM All-Star, Gage, where's his name? Grosskreutz. BLM All-Star, who has chylitis of his right bicep. He just got run over, according to this title, by a black dude. So this is high quality writing. I did check this out. This was on also CNN and other sites. So if it was actually on CNN. So you know it's true. It can't not be true. Remember Gage Grosskreutz? Yeah. Yeah, he ran up and he was going to kill that teenager, and which we rightly did not celebrate him going out there. That's not what you're supposed to do. But now we can make fun of Gage, and I will make fun of Gage because he's a filthy anti-white piece of shit. And he was going to murder this teenager because the teenager had defended himself somewhere else in the dark. And so this anti-white garbage was going to murder him. And he pulled a firearm out to murder Kyle while he was lying on the ground, prone, which means on his back. And Kyle was able to get his rifle up in time and pull the trigger and vaporized this guy's bicep. He was the establishment's darling during the trial to make an example of Kyle Rittenhouse. Gage, a convicted felon with a long criminal history. Now, let me ask everybody in the live chat, was this guy a child porn pedophile or as well? Because there were quite a few of them out there that night. I mean, BLM All-Stars. This is anti-whites for you. Just remember, this is anti-whites. Don't get caught up on BLM. Don't get on a particular group. Don't do that. You're not a conservative. Don't do that. Get these are anti-whites. We named them, and that's all that matters. So was he? Yes, he was, says Samuski. Yes, says Mrs. Jess Horst. They say that he was. So this guy is a child. That's what he is. He is a kitty. That is the kind of person that that's what you find in the anti-white ranks, which is why I say when I come to power in the United States, they're gone. They're gone. You're not going to be allowed to be anti-white in the United States. And then therefore, in the rest of the Western world, you're not be allowed to be anti-white. You'll be gone. No, you don't get to hold that opinion that destroyed the West. No. But what about free speech, Nathan? Don't we get free speech? No. No. You don't get to poison our system. I'm not a conservative. Oh, you anti-whites out there, you'll be saying, why couldn't he be a painter from Europe? Why does he have to be a pissed off Southerner from the once great state of Virginia? That's what you'll be saying when I'm done. Gage, a convicted kitty-ger, was illegally carrying a pistol, so he's not even allowed to have a firearm. And that's why law-abiding people cannot have their right to self-defense infringed. Do you understand that? Because convicts, criminals, newly hatched, inchoate criminals will break all of the laws, including the one that says you're not allowed to have the right to self-defense. And so you need to have that great equalizer. And that, of course, is the firearm. So this kitty-ger was out there with an illegal firearm and was carrying the pistol. He pulled on Kyle Rittenhouse as the young man was trying to escape from the violent anti-white mob in Kenosha, Wisconsin during the 2020. Oh, you idiot. What an imbecile. Jesse James, this guy goes, you are an insult to the original Jesse James. Do you know that that guy was a total badass Southerner? What are you doing, you clown? Do you know that's the original that guy was a hardcore badass. I used to have his picture on my wall. That's how much of a hardcore badass. If he earned a right to be on my wall, in fact, I would still put him up if I felt like it. I just had to move so many times over the years that he's packed away somewhere safe. But Jesse James, and this guy calls himself Jesse James, and then he referred to 2020, quote, Summer of Love. Oh, you're irony, bro. You're so irony, bro. Man, real irony, bro. Ha! He said Summer of Love. Boy, he got him. He cornered him. Jesse James would like shoot your left nut off with one eye closed and drunk and walk away while you bleed to death, clown. No, you mean anti-white terrorism? You mean 2020, the summer of anti-white terroristic attacks, widespread militaristic anti-white terrorist attacks against Western civilization, halls of records, statues, individuals, people, businesses, on and on, tearing signs down, everything, on and on. You mean that? Why would you call it a summer of love? Don't you? You should know since you don't know, I'll go ahead and tell you. The subconscious brain, the brain that lives the majority of your life, hears summer of love and puts together summer, something pleasant, and love, something pleasant. And the psychological warfare operators operating out of the Pentagon, not far from where I live, are laughing their asses off at you, dumbass. They laugh their asses off at you, dumbass. Keep calling it that because you got them. It was then paraded in court. He was then, it's an it. He is an it. That was an intentional error. And it, as a victim of the mainstream media, ate it up. The anti-white media. Well, after Rittenhouse was acquitted and the left, you mean the anti-whites, failed to undermine the right. Wait, what? Oh, no, right to self-defense. Okay. I thought he was capitalizing left, but not capitalizing right. I was going to say, whoa, maybe Jesse is female. Maybe Jesse, and obviously not one of our women of the West. Could you imagine Elaine Sabatino would whoop this guy's ass? Could you imagine that? I can't wait until we have the money that I can make little skits like this. I'll hire professional actors. I'll do it all. I'll be the guy who sits in the chair and I'm like totally uppity, fastidious as all hell. And I make them do the scene over and over and over until they get it right and they get their little pittance of money. And we have a scene where an actress playing, who will play you, Elaine Sabatino? We have an actress playing Elaine Sabatino just stomping the out of this Jesse James, this sexually confused Jesse James. Rittenhouse, acquitted. Left failed to undermine the right to self-defense in America. Old Gage decided to change his name. Oh, he did. Oh, okay. To Paul Prediger. Really? Paul Prediger? Like Predator? Like Predator of Children? That's really what he named himself? Was that Grosskreutz Freudian slip? Shall we say? He changed his name. And that starts with a P. The first name. Paul. I would have wrote it just like that too. He changed his name, all right. All right. Predator with his SUV. Oh, okay. Predator. On September 2nd, a black man. They're always called man. And whites are always called guys. That. If they are black men, then we are white men. Although, actually, in all honesty, most of the males of our race, you can't call. Just ask the women of the West who are here. Even some of the girls out in the real world, they're like, no, they're boys. They are boys. But so are all the males out. They're all boys. There are no men. There's so few men, there are none of them anymore. I mean, I'm like, every time I turn around, I feel like a leprechaun is trying to stuff me into a pot of gold because I'm so rare. It's like, get in me pot! Get in me pot! And I'm like, no! I'm busy making other men of the West over here. I don't know why I just suddenly went kind of Irish in New York there. It happens. A black guy named Marvin Thomas. Oh my God. I would have actually written that as well. His name is really Marvin Thomas. Hit Predator. Hit Penis Predator with his SUV in a Milwaukee crosswalk. They've got it on video? No way. I can't show that. YouTube will shut this video down in 1 second. You'll have to find it. Maybe I'll put the link later. Where did the story go? Breaking news. Gage Grosskreutz, one of the individuals involved in the Kyle Rittenhouse case, who is now Penis Predator, was mowed down by Marvin Thomas. Marvin Thomas? Marvin Thomas. Busy chugging a 40 late one night. Decided to run across. Oh, so, and get this. This is even better. Because Predator, Grosskreutz, was not even jaywalking, which is very peculiar. How did that even happen? I mean, seriously. Think of the chances that Grosskreutz wasn't jaywalking. Holy shit. He was actually in the crosswalk. And now, after changing his name to Penis Predator, that in this safe space, the only space where Grosskreutz could not be jaywalking, that Marvin Thomas stereotypical as all hell, would mow him down in an SUV. Wow. Meanwhile, karma's laughing can be heard in several galaxies from ours. Man, she's a bitch, but I'm liking her now. I am like, where do I pray to karma? She is such a bitch. Coming back like this, she's like, don't worry, boys, I got him. I got this one. Who would be, if we had to have an actress play karma, who would that be? Man. She's like, don't worry, I got him. Kyle didn't do any. That little Kyleitis, we're going to cause a lot of internal injuries. We're going to cause a lot of internal injuries on Grosskreutz. You just wait. We're going to let him heal up first, though, because we want this to be good. Quote, I went on top of the hood. This is him. I went on top of the hood and then was dragged under and struck underneath the vehicle for about 20 feet. That's not how Grosskreutz said it, though. How did he say it? I'm not going. No, don't even. No, I can do that. I can really well, actually, but I won't. I won't. I know a lot of these people. I know a lot of them. They work in the district, went to the schools. I'm not going to do it. I don't know how he sounds. I went up on the hood. I went up on the hood. You see, I have done other things on hood of a vehicle. No, actually, you know what? That is not true. I was struck by a car as well. But I survived. I bounced right off with my cat-like reflexes. Unlike Grosskreutz didn't have very much cat-like reflexes, apparently. Because somehow, how do you get from the hood to underneath of the SUV? I, meanwhile, was hit. Some of me on the hood, some of me on the windshield, and I bounced way off and then landed on my feet. Because that's how much of a badass I am. But not Grosskreutz, not the penis predator. No, he somehow, you know what I think? I think our friendly Marvin wanted Grosskreutz under the vehicle. That's what I think. I think Marvin, to be all serious, saw himself a white man. And that white man stepped out in front of his SUV and then decided to just run his ass over. That's what I think. Because the only way, I mean, I could take a quick look at the video. Sorry, I can't show it. I can describe it to you in painful detail. But the only way he's going to end up on the hood and then under it is if Marvin was like, I'm taking out this white motherfucker. That's what I'm doing. I'm taking him out. So let's see. Or other things could have been afoot. Like it might have been closing time at a particular chicken eatery. Who refused to give his name. Grosskreutz refused to give his name during the interview. He reportedly suffered multiple broken bones and a lacerated liver. All right, let me just look quickly. We'll get into our next. No, I'm going to. Can you hear that? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Couldn't happen to a better guy. Couldn't happen. So it looks like it's evening. I mean, it's maybe night. Okay, 9. So it's 9. It's night. It's evening. And Grosskreutz decides he's crossing. He's at the crosswalk. He's like, hey, I'm at the crosswalk. I'm crossing. And Marvin, in a hurry, in a hungry hurry, decided to just mow his ass on down. and keep going. He does get hit by the front, bounces up on the hood, and Marvin keeps going. He flies, he hits the windshield, is flung forward from the impact with the windshield, goes off the front of the vehicle, and Marvin's like, I'm killing this white man. Isn't that something? Man, karma. Can we get some 07s for karma? We love you, karma. Well done. None of us could have anticipated that you would do this well. So, Grosskreutz, a child predator or child porn or whatever he was, which is a predator, child predator, whatever he was convicted of, I don't know. Check it out for yourself. Goes out as an anti-white to destroy Western civilization with other anti-whites, ignore the pretext that they give, goes to murder who knows what other crimes he committed that night, and who knows what other heinous things he did to Westmen, men, women, and children when it comes to this guy. Just like human Westmen, that's us, and to Western civilization, who knows what other atrocities he's committed. He went out there on that night and could have committed other crimes that night against Western kind and Western civilization, went to murder a white teenager right there on the street who was lying prone on his back, supine, I'm sorry. Supine on his back, and then gets his bicep blown off, and then years later finds himself targeted by another anti-white as a white man. Because that's clearly what happened here, in my opinion. Wow. Marvin, taking out the white guy. Good for you, Marvin. Good for you. You took out the white guy. I don't know how I did that. I had that backward, pun intended. Prone, supine. Supine comes from the Latin supinus. I'm not making that up. Meaning lying on the back. Prone, lying on the face, not able to protect oneself. Recumbent, lying on one side. You will take your food in a recumbent way. You will lie down like maybe the Romans to take your food. Recumbent. I got it backwards. I guess that's apropos. But Grosskreutz didn't get it backwards. No, he got it pretty much from the front and bounced up over the hood, hit the windshield, was flung forward. And then old Marvin thinking, it's just some white guy, I'm going to take him out. What justice? Holy God. There is a God, and his name is the Spirit of the West. It's obviously the case. There is a God, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see what y'all are saying. We're going to go ahead and get into the story. Let me pull it up for you all, so we can all get angry together about this. And present and screen to share. And that's it. Take a look at this. My God. But we're not going to leave me that small on the screen because people want me in living color. Let me turn on the AC. Hello to everybody over there at Odyssey. I see some folks have shown up. You're celebrating. You're humongous. Hello and welcome. Hello over there at Rumble. JS is back. Great to see you there. And what about D Live? Hello over there at D Live. And we have a Cool Trang giving me a sticker. Thank you. I think that's what it says at least. And I will turn around this way and we will have a look at the live chat. How is everybody? There's Linda Hunter. And we have Masumik is here. So is the great Franklin. Franklin says another reason not to live in the cities. Amen to that. There's wonderful Slaughtz. Finger Forever is here. TJ. Cool. Baba J Magic. I will post the link to the video in the description, my friend, so that everybody can have a good look at Grosskreutz being met with the grill of a, well, I did say, what is it, Grosskreutz struts and suspension. He was looking to become a mechanic. That's all it was. He wanted to become a mechanic, and he's here. Wanted to get a quick start, and Marvin was just helping him out. Jay Bishop is with us. She says she's finally off work. Spud as well. Hello. The Tree Godfather. Hello and welcome, my friends. Save Western civilization now. Jason, I just saw the video. It's possible he was on a lot of drugs. Who do you mean? Marvin or Grosskreutz or both? I'm telling you, Marvin was just like, there's a white guy. I would put money on it. Where are the people? I'm telling you, the folks, the pros in Vegas would be like, this guy, no white guilt, knows what he's talking about. 100%. Sure thing. Masumik. Anna Speaks Out is with us. Great to see you, sister. Everybody, follow Anna over there on Instagram. Well, she's got a YouTube page. Follow her on YouTube. And is it the @ symbol? Anna Speaks Out? What is it? Share that @ symbol, and folks will be able to find you. There's the one and only Brent Danger. Dean Danger, School of the West. Probably the coolest name. We've got a lot of cool names in the white positive sphere of ours. But Dean Danger might be the coolest. Hank is with us. Great to see you. Melissa is here. Hello, Melissa. How are you doing? Great to have you here. So is Azimuth Clark. I love this guy, Azimuth Clark. He says the video is hilarious. I'm going to have to do something with it and put it on Twitter. By the way, I've got a Twitter update for everybody, and I'll give it to you later. Or maybe, should I give it now? I don't know. Anyhow, we got a Twitter update. It found out indeed that the previous Twitter had, according to the current Twitter, had indeed censored me unfairly because I am not anti-white enough. Victorian time traveler, Ivan the Horrible. The time isn't that they're side by side here? So time traveler brought Ivan the Horrible to the present. White Calling is here. Great to see you. Popcorn Power. Hey, let everybody know that we're together. We are raucous. We're having a good time. You're becoming a champion here. You're just not sitting around sharing a bunch of doom with each other. Doom swapper. You're not a bunch of doom swappers. Doom swapper is totally appropriate, isn't it? Because it sounds like a spit swapper. That's how awful it is. Ugh, nasty. Damien is here. Let's see. Brown and Green. Hello. Says Marvin was probably drunk or high. Doesn't that happen from like 11 years of age forward? Isn't that like a constant state? Mrs. J.S. Horst is with us. Wonderful to see you, dear lady. Who else do we have? Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt so I can see what you all are saying. Peter is here. And I already mentioned Samuski. Hopefully no one picks up the nowhiteguilt.org rocks. Well, yeah. But it would be hard. It would be very difficult to convince, I think, at least where we are today. I mean, we could, that we're going around like destroying things with these lovely, but yes, We hope that doesn't happen. Nancy Drew is with us. Hello, Nancy. John, hello. And who else? As I roll along, there is Elaine Sabatino. She's laughing at something I said. Where are we to go? Don't rock the jukebox. I want to hear some Jones, 'cause my heart ain't ready for the Rolling Stone. I don't feel like rocking since my baby's gone. So don't rock the jukebox. Play me a country song. What do we have? Promethean Kitchen. Before you drop that quarter, keep one thing in mind. You got a heartbroken hillbilly standing here in line. I've been down and lonely ever since she left. Before you punch that number, could I make one request? Don't rock the jukebox. I want to hear some Jones. My heart ain't ready for the Rolling Stone. I don't feel like rocking since my baby's gone. So don't rock the jukebox. Play me a country song. Chico Man, hello. Ardent White. Now that song's playing in my head. Wunderkund of Saxony. Wunderkund of Saxony. Hello, that's a cool name. Lucky Lunder. The thunder from down under. Who else do we have here? Welcome to the champions who have shown up. And much love and praise to those who are sharing our stream, our gathering, so we can bring more folks in, saving them, to empowering them, so that they don't have to go around just observing the world. They can become champions in their own life. I ain't got nothing against rock and roll, but when your heart's been broken, you need a song that's slow. There ain't nothing like steel guitar, drown a memory. Before you spend your money, baby, play a song for me. And don't rock the jukebox. I want to hear George Jones. 'Cause my heart ain't ready for the Rolling Stone. All right. Samuski crafting a black locust self bow with no white guilt. That sounds like a really awesome thing to be doing with no white guilt, my friend. You should always share. Ladies and gentlemen, always share what you are doing with no white guilt. Because we love the double meaning. You have no white guilt, but then I'm also no white guilt. Are you repairing your engine? Are you building a bow of some type with no white guilt? I can be everywhere around the world doing marvelous things. A black locust is that self bow. Should I look that up? Is that something that sounds really cool? Nancy Drew says Jason's going to give Buddy a run for his money. I'm going to tell you what. I could actually give Buddy Brown a run for his money. Because all you would need is like the average guy voice to do that. In all love to Buddy, I would like to just throw my arms around Buddy and give him a hug, and all love to him and his family and Javaris. I think I could actually give him a run for his money. Now, legit musicians, no. But buddy, yes. Maybe the world doesn't need a lot more legit musicians anyhow. Maybe it needs a lot more guys like me that is going to mess it up most of the time and get it okay some of the time. Maybe that's what the world needs more of anyhow. You need to record a white positive album, said Finger Fretter. Well, maybe we're on to something now. Maybe we'll get started. And we will record some type of white positive country / bluegrass / rock music. Does that sound cool? Maybe that'll have to be the future for us. That would be cool. That might actually be cool. Who else do we have here? Let everybody know we're together. Nobody else is having this much fun. Heindel is with us. Hello, brother. Jacob is here. Great to see you. Tukoloshi. I like saying it, even if it's mispronounced. Hank is here. He says, no comments I ever made get posted to your channel. I'm banned by ScrewTube. Hank says, you know, brother, it's absolutely happens. The only options you have, try some experiments on my channel and some other channels. We're going to get right into this story and we're going to get fired up. We're going to get fired up. All right. But try it on my channel. Try it on some other channels. You'll see what some people will do. They'll change some words. It's like for certain folks, they're not allowed to say certain words. It doesn't hold true for everybody. Of course, the algorithm would get to that point by now. The software would get to the point where it could say, okay, you are now going to be allowed to say X, Y, or Z. And when you do, we'll censor you. But if you talk about anything else, you want to talk about whatever you're going to talk about. What kind of things do other people talk about? I can't believe that anybody talks about anything. Anything. Kate sent me this. There was a guy with a dog. I shit you not. Some of you are my favorite turds. There was a guy went live with his ugly dog. And there were great gaps of silence where he's just like, I think he's going to go over there and get a toy. And there were 140 people watching live. And the guy's got like 80,000 subs. He does nothing. And you have all of these, the chat is full of women. And they're all like, I bet that little dog is thinking that he has had a long night. And I'm like, oh my God, you are brain dead. The dog cannot think in words. I bet he really would like to follow his aspirations to work in physics. But the evil white man keeps him out because he's canine and not a white male. Crazy. So try that and see if you can get some things posted on my thread and just ask with every comment that you post, ask, can anybody see this? And then you'll get thumbs up if folks can see it. Do some experimenting. Like you might not be able to say the word white. You might not be able to say, you might not be able to mention even anti-whiteism. But that might be because of the word white in it. Try to mix that up. Spell it different. Put spaces. And don't allow, Hank, the anti-whites to cause you to throw in the towel. Let that spur you to try even harder until you get around them. That's how I survived during all of those gigantic waves of censorship and where they were just culling channels and everything. And I lost channels. They were culling and knocking people off. And I lost banks. I told them, and I made it true. That everyone you knock me off of, I'll get on 2 more and then eventually back on the one that you got me kicked off of. And naturally, the world, plays out. You're going to have wins and losses. And there are some, like I can't get back on PayPal anymore, and others that I can't get back on anymore. But the bottom line is I've ended up reaching far more people as a consequence of their efforts. And you have to put yourself in the position of the anti-white. If the anti-white says, okay, here are people who are not our villain. They don't look like a villain is supposed to look like in our story. And so I'm not going to get much pleasure after going after them anyhow. And on top of that, they're like rubber band. They just bounce back every time. They just don't stop. Should I go after them or should I go after these over here who are Nazi LARPing? And when I shut them down, they don't try again. They just bitch and moan at each other. Well, that's who they're going to go after. Melissa says, hi, good, thanks. You? I'm wonderful. I'm always wonderful. I was born wonderful. I was born and the doctor said, ho, 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 you have a son. And I said, of course I'm a son, bitch. Oh, did you write suave eloquent? Yes. And classy. Yes, that's a fun, rare word. Suave eloquent. Foxtrot is here. Hello. Remember to follow Anna. The great Franklin has shared her link. I got hit by a car year before last. It aggravated a bunch of old back injuries, says Victorian Time Traveler. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Man, getting hit by a car is a regular epidemic. They probably have a vax for it. The Time Traveler pointing out the dinosaurs went extinct because they didn't have a space program. Yes, I could imagine on that day. I could imagine on that fateful day, the dinosaurs working at the welfare office, making sure that all dinos, even the least of the dinos, who were the dumbest of the dinos and the least industrious, ate and were fat and sat on top of those who could actually forage and hunt. And they looked up from their welfare offices and they said, a collective, oh shit. And that was that. We won't have that happen again. Carter says, never been hit by a car. I can assure you it's an experience. That's it. It is an experience. You could ask our friend here, Predator. He could tell you all about it. Jacob says, when Facebook blocks his comments, I screenshot the comment with the ban, stays up longer. Oh, so you post the screenshot. Ah, nice. Is that what it is? Do I got it right? I noticed the same thing, not just on your channel, but on others as well. Usually my comment is only visible to myself. And when I come back later, it's gone. Said Widekunda of Saxony. Wundekunda of Saxony. Yes. I mean, if it comes right down to it, and you have to start another channel and whatever it is, then it's a small. I mean, think about what our ancestors went through, even in our conflicts against each other, because we mistakenly have been driven against each other by petty, selfish, individualistic jackasses. But that honor, that going out and facing that threat to life and limb and home and hearth, that still is something that we honor. And imagine they went through hell, and we just have to make new accounts. So I've always thought about my first comes to my mind is my Southern ancestors, and then the rest of my family of the West, and all of those conflicts in every sphere that we went out, and not just conflicts, military conflicts, but actually being the yeoman of and building Western civilization, of these lands that we have contested with other tribes that were in contest with each other, and we won, and they went out and they made, I mean, you can go places today where our relatives like sunk hoe into the earth, and now that has a very different meaning today, but sunk the hoe into the earth, and they had predators of other tribes, disease predators, all of these things, environmental predators, endeavoring to dominate us every second of every day. There wasn't a moment when you, with your wife and your children and your animals and everything, were safe. Not a moment. And now, on that exact same spot, you can go to a Starbucks. You look up at the same sky they did. You look out at the same ridge line. You look out at the same skyline. You look out at the same ocean. You look out at the same environment, the exact same one they did, with the exact same sun that crosses the sky in the day and the exact same moon that crosses the dark sky of night. That they wept and covered in dirt and ticks and fleas and bites. Everything that you could imagine. And bones that never healed right from being kicked by some piece of livestock that wasn't worth shit. And now the rest of the decades of your life have to be spent with some ruined limb. And they looked up at that. The same things that you look at today. And they fought, they sacrificed, they bled. They loved, they cried, they made love. They wept over graves so that you could have a Starbucks on the corner today. And then you have people in the white sympathetic sphere that just want to go and listen to doom documenters, want to go and listen to doom grifters, want to go and find themselves a party to LARP with. Give me a break. Or even worse, the ones that go out there and they find like their champion, their guy that's going to go be interviewed here or there and make himself rich. Even more pathetic. It's disgusting. Our ancestors, I guarantee you this, if there's anything to the ability to look on from beyond, they are disgusted with the entire white race, with the exception of those here. Totally disgusted. Especially disgusted with those who are always big talking, tough talking about what they're going to do one of these days. What needs to be done? Like the thing that has to be done is to say nasty, violent things. That's like the work. You, cowardly bitch. Enough of that. Popcorn Power is here. Reynold White Wolf is with us. Sometimes I read some of your names and I feel like I'm suddenly in a movie somewhere. Reynold White Wolf is here. I'm putting up a fence around my trees to protect them from the neighbors' cows here in Wyoming with no white guilt. God bless you. That's fantastic. You see, I'm everywhere. I am everywhere. The spirit of no white guilt is everywhere. I am omnipresent. Jacob says, please no rap. I don't think I could be a good rapper. Samuski says a bow he's making for himself that we're talking about. Dr. White says I'm making waffle fries instead of going to Antiwhite Chick-fil-A with no white guilt. You see, I can be out there in Wyoming with the fence building around the trees. I can be waffle fry making. Franklin, the most interesting thing I've ever been doing with a person is hanging upside down from the ceiling, just like a bat, with no white guilt. Only we can do these kinds of things. All right, I got to get to this story. Let's rock on, and then we'll get to your financial gifts. Please let folks know that we're at this gathering and we are rocking it, because we are it between the anti-whites and Western civilization, quickening toward an oblivion, and the option, the alternative, the recapture of our destiny. All right, we have here, the DOJ has a special division used to run interference when white people are killed by non-whites. They may even write scripts for families. This is beyond infuriating. And over the years, I think you all have probably noticed this. First of all, I want to thank, who was it? Damn. Good Charlie. Good Charlie T. I want to thank, did you tag me? Or did I just see that you posted this? Maybe you tagged me. Okay, yes. For a call-in, or you just want me to know? I'll check it out. Thank you, brother. And so anyhow, that's how I found the story. And then I asked if this was even real, like, was it real at all? And then I think thank you to Just the Missus who grabbed the link right away. And then I asked Carlisle, because she works in government, if she could get me, and she got me like this whole bullet list. So thank you very much to her for that. It's somewhere here, and I will be referring to it as we move along. Yeah, I think this is it. About this department that is under the DOJ. Now, you all may have noticed that every time over the course of our lives that a white person is murdered, gang raped, whatever it is, that normally what we see when it comes to the anti-white media, the mainstream media, the national and international media, is that, pardon me, they quarantine the story. They don't want the story to reach the masses, nationally or internationally. The reason why is because they want to keep it a hush crime. They don't want people to know about it. The reason why is because that contradicts the anti-white narrative, where non-white people are always good in the anti-white narrative and white people are always bad. And so that salient contradiction is something they want to keep secret. But since the internet became robust enough, I think probably sort of when MySpace became popular a couple of years before Facebook, became robust enough for peer-to-peer communication that was uncensored back then. By the way, when that became robust enough that people were able to talk across these boundaries, out of these quarantines, the anti-whites in the media, national and international, had to find a way to deal with these things. And there was already something in place. So we'll talk about it. It's this organization. But since we've been around, they had to find a way to deal with it. And I'm sure you all have noticed, as I've noticed, at least the Knights of the White Table have noticed, as I have, that you have these white family members that come forward. Clearly, it's a racial targeting. You might have a case where it is people that coming border crossers, and people are saying, don't let them in. Look at the crime stats. Don't let them cross the border illegally at all. And then it's one of those people that murder, rape, kill, butcher, etc. And the white families come out and they have this uniform response to it, that they yield extreme obeisance to anti-whiteism. In so many words, they always say anti-whiteism is their one true religion, and they don't want anybody maliciously using the death, murder, rape, and butchering of their child, of their brother, of their sister, of whatever, maliciously, evilly using their death to advance any white supremacist objectives. I mean, it's every fucking time. So, psychologically speaking, from the point of view of psychological warfare and the understanding of the human mind and how it operates, which I have in far abundance than any sort of academic peacock that has studied psychology, sociology, that somebody could wheel out in front of you in their emaciated, wizened, weakened state, their tenuous state, that so often you think, oh, like a superhero, he's in the wheelchair, so that means he's super smart. So he's so emaciated he could be in a wheelchair. That means he's worth listening to. He's the thinker. Far more of an understanding, far superior of an understanding to those people. I knew that it is far more likely that the general population, seeing this kind of thing happen to their family and then making a statement to the general public, would know and does know what in society is moral and immoral. In fact, there were, and when I'm talking about moral and immoral, I'm not talking about the normal instinct of what is moral to a Westman, which then we have put into religions, but our normal instinct of what we say is moral. It comes from us. It doesn't come from outside of us. If something were going to be perpetuated over time to an animal, you're not going to be able to have something tell it. It's got to come from within it. So if you want to say, okay, well, a creator has ordained that this or that is moral, all right? If you want to say that that's the case, then the only way that creator can ensure that continues to be tapestry of lived experience is to sew that into the programming of the creature so that it projects it, it evinces it in its existence. If you were to come at the beginning, unless you've created something with a flawless memory and interpretive capacity, because that would be the only way that you could say at the beginning, here is the rule, here is the commandment, and then have it follow forever more. You have to put it in the thing. So it comes from us. That morality comes from us. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the oppressed, psychological warfare, moral, anti-white imperative that we are throttled with in society. And I gave speeches on this where I said a very easy way to test whether or not the individual knows what he or she has to say to society that will comport with immorality is to put them in a scenario where they have to speak to a large audience and that there could be consequences of their words. Because in every single case, and every single one of you will admit this is true right away, in every single case where you have seen somebody in the world, maybe it was even you yourself, where you had to speak to the general population. It might have been a room of 10. It might have been to 100 readers in a community newspaper or whatever. You knew what was moral and immoral. And you knew that moral was anti-whiteism. If you were honest with yourself and when you've seen it in others, you knew. So you've seen it. I saw it. I saw it in people, colleagues, co-workers, friends from school, university, etc. I saw scenarios where they knew better, but then they had to speak to a group. And suddenly, they are villainy signaling anti-whiteism. as part of any socio-political comment or reference that they had to make. Saw it in church a lot. Saw it a lot. I've even seen it, by the by, at these different groups that celebrate what they believe are older European religions. I've even seen them villainy signal when they had to speak to the group. So this is how you know that this is that every single person in society knows the anti-white narrative. They don't know what it's called, but they damn well sure know what it is. And they live, more importantly, they live their lives by it, because they know that if they veer at all from that anti-white moral imperative, if they veer at all from it, that there'll be consequences. And those consequences for a lot of people need only be that the readers or listeners think negatively about them. They don't have to do anything else. Knowing in one's head an idea, a presentation that they've received from entertainment, largely, about what others outside of us will think, is all they need to control their behavior. I know more about psychological warfare than y'all think I know. That's all they need. And you can see them admit it to you when they have to speak to a large audience. You can even see the so-called champions in the white sympathetic sphere. Implicit, but it's most maybe painful, salient to see in the explicit so-called champions. When they have to speak to a big audience, a varied audience, where they know it's not going to be just a whole bunch of other whatevers, Nazi LARPers or J Spurgs or militiamen or whatever it is, right? Tough talkers. You can see them stutter their asses off. You go back and just watch some of the videos of somebody with the last name Duke when he had to speak to the general population. Suddenly, that total fluidity that he, absolute unceasing fluidity of verbosity, of garrulousness, that just pours forth, suddenly is stuttering. And the reason why is because he knows that the audience is not his people, that they're anti-white. So that is why, in the vast majority of cases, when a family is confronted by the news after a loved one is murdered, is butchered, is gang raped, or whatever it is, that they are far more likely to villainy signal than to say, God damn, why did you let these people across the border? They know there'll be negative consequences for that. You follow me? Does that make sense? Now, there's that. And then I also wondered, I was like, okay, they're all villainy signaling, this obeisance to anti-whiteism, yes. But there also seems to be like this weird sort of continuity, this weird sort of like track that they're always on. And it seems so inhuman to go out of your way. Your loved one is butchered and murdered, and you're going to go out of your way, and because you could just steer clear of saying anything that's not anti-white enough. But they go further, don't they? They often go much further and declare their obeisance to anti-whiteism. So I figured, well, maybe what's happening is the media, when they show up, the big mainstream media, they show up, and that has this appearance of authority. When they show up, that they would kind of influence and maybe to some degree coach Like, this is what we're looking to have said, and maybe if this is not said this way, we can't air this, or whatever it might be. You want to get the story of your loved one out there. You want your loved one to be remembered for who they were and what they were, how they acted, what kind of person they were. So you don't want to distract people. So you could see how easy it would be to manipulate somebody who's grieving. And so I thought, okay, well, there's that as well. I never even considered that there would be a federal department, and that elsewhere, obviously, this would be the case with other Western countries, actual departments that send people out that, though they might not have actual law enforcement capabilities or legal power of some sort or what have you, there is the color of authority. When they knock on the door and we're like, we are from the Department of Justice, there is the color of authority on them and the entire scenario. There is that intimidation, that intimidatory factor. And so in that light, let's take a look at what is written here. 2 Las Vegas teenagers were recently taken into custody and charged with murder after a hit-and-run incident resulted in the death of Andreas Andy Probst, a retired chief of police for the city of Bell. The tragic incident occurred while Andy was riding his bicycle in a residential area. If you have seen that video, it is horrific. You probably don't want to see it. You know he's dead on impact. And it's filmed from inside the vehicle, intentionally killing this white man. According to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, an intentional incident took place on August 14 in a residential community. Approximately 16 miles from Las Vegas Strip. Officers responded to the location, discovered a 64-year-old cyclist with severe injuries that posed a threat to his life. Probst was immediately transported to UMC trauma, but unfortunately succumbed to his injuries and passed away. That we just talked about recently. Subsequently, on August 29, detectives became aware of a viral video on social media capturing the fatal hit-and-run incident. The footage was recorded by the teenage passenger. And by the way, that's where I pointed out that up to the point of this video becoming viral and everyone seeing this video, this vile anti-white animal was only going to be charged with manslaughter. Like it was an accidental. They're in a stolen car. Everything they touch, they should be executed for. You run into another car in a stolen car, execution. You hit a guy riding a bicycle with a stolen car, execution. Got it figured out. But instead, it's just manslaughter, stolen car, so they can slap him on the wrist because our system of justice is white erased. They want to put, and they're of course wrongly put upon. They only did that because they have been oppressed for 50 million years. So that's the only reason why the 17-year-old or whatever he was did this. This video is still viral today as teens make their first appearance in court, as some Twitter users have begun to notice a strange trend with family responses when incidents like this happen. The trend, of course, is not new. This has been forevermore. I mean, this has forevermore been the case. White family members come forward and they do their best to disassociate themselves from the white race and to associate themselves with anti-whites against the white race. Every time. During an interview with reporters, the daughter of Andy Probst emphasized that her family does not intend for this incident to fuel political or cultural conflicts. I mean, what in the living shit is she talking about that for? These anti-white animals ran her father down. This like man that they're saying, by all accounts, this beautiful soul that was always smiling and making people smile around him and doing things for other people and serve the community. And the fucking daughter feels that she has to come out and say, oh, by the way, the white race. We stand with anti-whiteism. They firmly maintain. And what is the consequence of that shit? What does it do? This is where the psychological warfare and its consequences need to be observed and examined. What happens to white people when they see a white person who is murdered and butchered and raped to death and everything, and the family member comes out and says, you white race? The consequence is that the white population, that moment where some inchoate seed of identifying with our people could be born, where we could come forward and grieve with a family member, with a mother, with a father, with a daughter, saying, how could this be done to my family? We could grieve with them at that moment. And in those moments, become a people. They fucking know this. These anti-white fucking demons know this. That is why every time they have to have these relatives come out and give us a collective FU to prevent us from coming together. And I'm not talking about coming together at some fake loser Nazi LARPing party or some conservative party, or let's vote to get some other jackass in. I'm talking about somewhere that the psychological warfare operators in the Pentagon know damn well is the actual substantive valuable thing there. In your hearts. That is what they prevent when they get to these people and they have them pledge allegiance to anti-whiteism against us. Nothing would be more moving. Nothing would be more inspiring. Nothing would live longer with us than to see those white family members breaking down, falling to their knees. One after the other, after the other, after the other, murdered by anti-white animals. That is why they do this. And so the response that the anti-white psychological warfare operators want and get is a bunch of white people saying, well, you then, I don't care anymore that happened to your family. Let them get eaten. Let them get destroyed. That's what they deserve. My God, you're being led around by your little dick. That's how chumped Western kind has been by these anti-white psychological warfare operators in the Pentagon. A bunch of pencil-dicked bitches themselves. I may know more than you think I do. That's the outcome they get. They firmly maintain that neither race nor her father's profession played a part in the deliberate act of violence. No, not his profession. His profession did not play a part. She's right about that. But she has, because he didn't have like a license plate on his little bicycle that said, I was chief of police for 30 years. But she has no way of knowing. And in fact, all of the evidence weighs against, or for, I should say, the fact that they targeted a white man. She has no way of knowing. This ungrateful daughter has no way of knowing that they weren't thinking, there's a white guy, we're going to kill him. But yet she comes out and tells the population, tells all of you white people, forget about my father. And how long have these deaths, the reality is, like, I remember I made a huge push and I made a big spectacle, and all of these people got on me and were so upset. He's okay, I've got that no white guilt guy, because I said the explicit white sympathetic sphere has to own the narrative with endless commentary and videos and written stories and etc. about Charlottesville. Because if we don't tell the history, the anti-whites will, about what took place there. And everybody, there was one effort that got started because of me, and it's still to this day hasn't come to fruition. Everybody else either disregarding me, that's not important, or saying, well, that guy's, he's just too passionate. I can't take it. I can't listen to him because of it. I'm right. And what has happened with Charlottesville? We should have. Do you know why there are Confederate monuments across the South when the United States invaded and defeated the South? Because we put them there. White people, if we were in our right mind, if we had now, and we can't have the few champions in service to white well-being doing everything. The most important thing that needs to be done today is to get the lexical dialectical power out to the masses. That's the most important thing. So that's what we focus on. But the other efforts, like remembering and telling the story over and over and shoving the names of these people in anti-whites' faces, there should be more than enough white people to be able to do that too, to keep an entire list and not have the list underneath some king ugly ass flag from some country 100 years ago. Have something. Stop pretending. You are white today. You are a Westman today. Your challenge is now. We should have all built in love. And nobody who is an activist in white well-being, don't try to take this onto your plate. We need you focusing hard on getting the lexical dialectical power, getting nowhiteguilt.org, getting me personally out there, because for fuck's sake, we barely have 100 people here, and you can pull 140 to watch 50 seconds of silence in between a fucking dog staring at a fucking wall. We need to be bringing people to this work because it's the only work that's achieving anything. But why doesn't that happen? Because white people don't see themselves as a member of a community. They don't see their individual well-being by way of the group's well-being. So they're not going to tell the story of Patriots Day. No, they're just going to fucking take J6. They're just going to let the anti-whites tell them what to call it. Insurrection Day. They'll just take whatever the anti-whites tell them to say that it is. That's all they do. So there aren't going to be any, this guy Probst, he ain't going to be remembered. He ain't going to be remembered because these anti-whites, we can't do anything about everybody growing up inside the anti-white narrative. It is what it is. But anti-whites, they go further than that. Because this organization under the DOJ, we're going to talk about right now, pays a little visit when these stories can't be kept to an area. And even when it can be kept to an area, you find that they go into the area to make sure what the local papers say about it and what the families say in those quarantined areas. So, by God, you don't want the white people there suddenly feeling affinity with the other white people who live there, who are getting butchered by anti-whites of all races. You want to know why? People say, well, why was it like they had to use troops to force a bunch of things in the South? Why is it that the 101st Airborne had to show up with bayonets. And why did they have to? Why? Why was that the case? Why? Because there were a few media organs that were still not owned by anti-whites, and they were able to talk about what was happening to us. Talk about how this white teen got jumped and had 5 anti-whites beat the shit out of him, and then the family members are saying, "My God, why are they allowing this sort of interact?" And then all the other white people are like, "Whoa, holy shit!" That's why, and that's what this is meant to prevent: white people identifying with the suffering of other white people by getting those who are suffering to tell us to fuck off. Pardon my French. They firmly maintain that it wasn't race. His race had nothing to do with it, because I'm his daughter and I was in the mind of this anti-white animal and the other anti-white animal that was in the car that ran my father. Could you imagine your father? And this is what you're going to say? Instead, they attribute blame to the negative influence of social media and a decline in societal values. Somebody gave this bitch, and you know what? Her. Somebody gave this bitch that verbiage. Are you kidding me? Are you going to tell me that this bitch, after her father died, murdered on his bicycle, probably came to who knows how many times in total agony, crying, maybe unable to move from the brain damage? When you get brain damage, the people, I don't know if you're a medical professional, maybe you can speak up. It's not just like the person is like not able to think anymore. No, they come to inside of a living hell. Excruciating pain, inability to communicate it. Tears pouring from the eyes of people that are like paraplegics. They can't talk, but suddenly they're crying and dying because they fucking know they're dying. God damn it. So they told this bitch to say social media. Well, what are the anti-whites going to interpret that to mean? Oh, those are those people out there who talk nasty talk. They're not anti-white enough. That's the negative influence of social media. And decline in societal values. Well, you know what? Generally speaking, there is a decline in societal values. And what is that decline? We need to get into everybody. Again, shaken baby syndrome for everybody around you who can't understand words. Because a decline in societal values are a decline in white values, a decline in white mores, a decline in the standards and mores of Western kind. That's what it is. This isn't a decline in Iranian values. There is no general global values. You go visit a foreign country and you get a frame of reference real fucking fast for the difference between Western civilization and the rest of the world. And don't you dare tell me, oh, but I went to some resort in some non-white country and it was just like here. No shit, you dumb bitch. They want you spending your money and opening your legs or your cheeks. I'm not sorry that I get this angry and this passionate. I'm not sorry when I've been pushing this hard my whole life. And I can hold a live stream where I can share this much goddamn value. And there are more people, hollow-headed women, almost everyone in that live chat, for a fucking dog, as they speculate when it stares at the wall what it's thinking. Literally stares at the wall about what it's thinking. And this is the world that we all have to live in, burning down around us, and see exactly how it's happening. Following that statement of Andy's daughter going viral, you mean the bitch? You mean the total bitch that didn't deserve Andy as a father? That one? Okay. Calling on the public to not use this tragic event to stoke race or cultural relations, Twitter users began pointing out the lack of deviation between the language used in the response to Probe's death and other events that involve interracial murder. One user pointed to the Department of Justice CRS division, highlighting the mission statement, which alludes to running interference during situations like this. Quote, in case you were wondering why the script is always the same, grieving relatives of white people, and this is what was on the Twitter responding to this about the CRS, white people killed by non-whites receive visitations and instruction from the Department of Justice's Community Relations Service, which is trained to use moral guilt to coerce these statements. Close quote. This is what a Twitter user said. And here's the about CRS, our mission, America's peacemaker. CRS services as America's peacemaker. Really, do they service as goddamn? I would love to have one of these peacemakers show up. I got a peacemaker right here for you. I got a permanent peacemaker right here. It has an interesting way. It has an interesting way of making it really hard to talk because you've got no teeth. CRS serves America's peacemaker for communities facing conflict based on actual or perceived race or color or national origin or gender identity, sexual orientation, religion, or disability. I ask you, is that what they do? Or do they do that just to shut white people up and to prevent white people from identifying? Because I and everyone listening now and in the future probably remember a few other cases where it wasn't a white person and CRS didn't exert any influence that we could perceive whatsoever. Like, what about Michael Brown? What about the Gentle Giant and Hands Up? They all went out there. For some reason, CRS and these anti-white turds showing up with the color of law, the color of authority with them. We come from the DOJ. We are a department under the Department of Justice. Showing up, somehow they're not able to prevent the family members and the relatives and the mothers. In fact, the mothers get out there and they're like, here be the Gentle Giant when he was 6. White people killed him. It's all the white race's fault. In fact, since the Gentle Giant, there have been white people who were in the womb who are being targeted for victimization by anti-whites. So they weren't even alive. They weren't even conceived. And they're getting victimized as children now because of Michael Brown. What happened, CRS? I thought you were the peacemaker. No, these motherfuckers are just anti-white demons. Oh, what about George Floyd? What happened there, CRS? Peacemaker. You're out there protecting the different races, right? Aren't you the peacemaker? CRS works toward its mission by providing facilitated dialogue, mediation, training, and consultation to assist these communities to come together, develop solutions. I seem to remember videos of anti-whites saying, he white, go get that mother after these events. What happens, CRS? You seem to only be effective when it comes to white people. That's fascinating, isn't it? You have this universal mission that you're just trying to prevent conflict between different races and between different religions, but you seem to only be able to get white people to disavow our own race. That's fascinating. How about Trayvon? He would have been my son, Martin. How much facilitating of peace did you do then? No, but you had no problem. You had no problem. I'm sure. I mean, I wasn't personally present, but I'm sure having a conversation with, what was his name? Hennant. You had no problem having a conversation with him. I remember this 5-year-old little baby boy. What was his name? Cannon? Playing on his bicycle, and an anti-white monster demon murdered him for crossing a piece of his grass, which he didn't even take care of anyhow. He murdered him because he was white. He was white. That's why he killed him. Not because he rode over a corner of his grass that he did not care for. He murdered him because he was white. And then both of these parents, I believe that they were divorced, and maybe some people can correct me in the live chat. They both came forward, and they felt some weird need to tell all of us how much the 5-year-old loved all the races of mankind. Are you fucking kidding me? How much the 5-year-old, he just got murdered by an anti-white black demon from hell. And you're coming to tell me how much he loves all the races? That to me has the fingerprint of CRS, anti-white operatives, all over it. I might be wrong, but I would put money on it. I might be wrong, but I would put money on it. Everywhere we turn. All CRS services are confidential and provided on voluntary basis. Color of law. They knock. We're from the government, Department of Justice. We're sorry to come to you at this grieving hour at the loss of your loved one, white family. But we want you to know that if you don't disavow the white race, that white people out there are going to use the death of your loved one to advance neo-Nazi motives. And if you don't personally disavow them, then you could be subjecting yourself to lawsuits from the non-white people that the neo-Nazis go out and harm. And as a consequence of those families being harmed, you may be subjecting yourself to retaliatory violence from those families. So if you don't want, and by the way, we're from the DOJ. Did we mention that when we first got here? If you don't want angry non-white families coming after you physically to physically harm you, and if you don't want them coming after you with lawsuits that declare that if not for your statements about your loved one being harmed, that white supremacists wouldn't have harmed their loved one, lawsuits that they will likely win. If you don't want that, then you need to go in front of these cameras and say race had nothing to do with this, and you don't want any of these racists using the death of your loved one for their advantage. I think the indictment is clear here. CRS works with all parties to develop all parties. So the victims and the media to develop solutions to conflict, and the local police department. We're from the DOJ. We have brought Bob from the FBI and Tim from your local police department. And also Ken from channel whatever news, and serve as a neutral party. Another Twitter user responded to the post, citing a different entry on the DOJ's community relations page about racial tension in populations that used to the majority white, populations that used to be majority white, but are becoming minority white because of immigration. Quote, when a white man Donald, how do you say this guy's name? Justi was killed by a Somali gang in Maine in 2018. The DOJ's Community Relations Service immediately swooped in to, quote, erase racial tensions. The Somali man convicted. So yeah, I could see them saying, we want to bring down the racial tension. That's all it is. We're not trying to exterminate your race. That's not what we're here for. We're not trying to biologically white erase you from civilization. No, we're just trying to tone down the racial tension. You want to tone down the racial tension, lock up all the anti-whites and give them a short rope and a tall tree to think of things over with. Every murderer, execution. The Somali man convicted was sentenced to only 9 months after pleading. 9 months instead of hanging. After pleading no contest. And then here you have what I just read there about Donald Justi. It appears to be the case that the DOJ's Community Service Department has offices all over the country. Another user implied there is a division similar to the DOJ's CRS abroad. Of course there would be. Of course. To respond in like fashion when interracial violence is in Europe. And what has come to be known as the Nottingham attacks, Barnaby Webber, an enthusiastic cricketer, tragically lost his life alongside Grace O'Malley Kumar, a 19-year-old University of Nottingham student from Woodford, London. What, lost his life? You mean murdered? The devastating, you just lost your life. I mean, people even who are supposedly not anti-white don't even know how to write for our benefit. He just lost his life somewhere. Like, lost his glasses. Where are they? Where's lost his glass? Lost his life somewhere. Golly jeepers. Lost that life again. What a silly thing. I'm so forgetful. Lost my life. Lost his life. He's a forgetful guy. Come on. Let's get this guy. Let's try a string on his finger so he doesn't lose that life anymore. How about butchered to death? How about give some visual for us to what happens to our loved ones, our people, by these anti-white animals of all races, anti-white demons of all races. Devastating incident took place while two friends were walking home after a night out where they were both fatally stabbed. So you're not losing your life when you're fatally stabbed. Have you ever had a blade or a nail or something puncture you? I have. And it is fire. I can't even imagine what it would be like to have some psychotic anti-white demon wielding a knife and plunging it into your body and having that searing hot go into your flesh. And the sensation of the blade hitting bone and being stuck and pulled out again and then shoved back into you. And then the sensation, that warm sensation. Have you ever had it? I've had it in fights. Pour out of my mouth, that warm sensation. And you're like, what is that? Oh, that's blood pouring out of me. That's blood pouring out. Stabbed to death. That's not a lost life. Later, approximately an hour after the initial assault, Ian Coates, a 65-year-old school caretaker, sadly met the same fate. He met the same fate. Oh, he wasn't butchered by this anti-white demon, by this anti-white piece of shit. He was just, I can't stand this anymore. 13 June, a series of interconnected attacks unfolded in Nottingham, a city located in the East Midlands of the United Kingdom during the early hours. Stabbing around 4 British Standard Time, the assailant embarked on a violent spree that began with 2 fatal stabbings of university students in a street. The violence persisted with the fatal stabbing of a school caretaker whose van was subsequently stolen Eventually, the attacker was taken into custody by police after deliberately driving a van into a group of people waiting at a bus stop, resulting in further injuries. I'm imagining that the injuries weren't boo-boos. Why was this monster taken into custody? When somebody like this, I mean, they should be able to be butchered by the police. If I were in charge, that's what the law would be. Don't worry about it. And anybody gets a video and complains about you butchering the anti-white animal that just ran over a bunch of innocent people at a bus stop, they will get punished for that. So I got your back. In a statement to a crowd chanting diversity, the mother of Barnaby Weber told the crowd not to use the incident to further racial tension. The mother of Barnaby Weber told the crowd, "Oh, please don't hold hate to any race, color, sex, or religion in your heart." I can imagine that's what she was actually, that was not given to her. No. Her beloved Barnaby Weber was just butchered. Her son, losing a child, her son, butchered in this hellish way. How could you even talk? How could you even put assemble words? How could you put a sentence together? The thought would be nothing but the imaginings of that loved one getting butchered, and those moments of horror, and those moments of life slipping away. And somehow she comes forward, and her thought is, please don't hold hate for any race, color, sex, or religion in your heart. My beautiful boy, you have your dad, and your brother's heart forever. That's the actual only true statement that was hers. The other one was, this is what you will say. We are the government. And the crowd is chanting diversity. Molly Cecilia Tibbetts, a student at the University of Iowa with the most wretched father that has ever lived. The most garbage human being of a father that has ever lived. This guy, Molly Tibbetts. Am I right or not? Where's first last? Went missing on July 18, 2018, while out jogging near her residence in Brooklyn. Or is this not the one? Is this a different one? How many of them are there? Too many to name. They have this wall in D.C. for Vietnam vets. What an absolute joke that we would need the fucking wall of China for all the white victims of anti-white violence. After a month-long investigation, law enforcement identified a 24-year-old man. Oh, he's a man. Vermin. A 24-year-old vermin named Christian Rivera as a suspect in relation to her disappearance. Surveillance footage showed the rat vermin shit following Tibbetts in his vehicle while she jogged. White ladies, white men created a world for you where you could go out with your pram, with your stroller in the middle of the night in our cities and be safe. Safer than anywhere else on the planet. And you have browbeaten the shit out of white males until you now have this. Rivera eventually led authorities to Tibbetts' body, which was discovered in a cornfield in Poweshiek County. All these places across America with these American Indian names left in place. And we're white guilted all the time. Gigantic, larger than state areas of this country given, these reservations given to American Indians out of respect for them. We defeated them, and because we have honor, we gave them, we said, everything that you named, we'll keep it the way you named it. And even though you were at war with us and committed terrorism and atrocities against us, we won. And we're still going to keep your names everywhere, and we're going to give you these gigantic reservations. What do defeated peoples get elsewhere in the world? What do they get? Have you seen how the Japanese treated the Chinese? Have you seen how the Chinese treated the Japanese? Have you seen how the Iranians treated the Iraqis and Iraqis treated the Iranians? Dare I even bring up the African tribes and how they treated each other, and the South American tribes, how they treated each other? There might be some consumption, but we give all of this, and then we go to school as white little boys and little girls, and we're told how evil we are. We're white guilted because our ancestors, instead of allowing themselves to be raped, scalped, and butchered into oblivion, defended themselves and then built a glorious country called the United States, and then allowed these people to be citizens of it, and then allow them to this day all that I've talked about and more: healthcare and improvement grants and everything under the sun. You look it up. I have in the past. Nobody has done more for the people they defeat than Western kind. And then the thanks is that white guilt. You stole America from them. America, you fucking idiots. There was no America. America's in here. American Indians create in America. For fuck's sake, we named this place America. He was subsequently charged with first-degree murder. Is that it? Because you know he raped the hell out of her. Rivera was found guilty of committing first-degree murder. That's it then, I guess. They didn't, why didn't they include the rape? You know he raped the hell out of her. I mean, were they just like, well, murder's enough? No, murder's not enough. Let's find him guilty for everything. How about the stalking? How about that terrorism when she realized she was being stalked? How about that? We'll include that. And we'll find him guilty of that. We'll find him guilty of the rape. We'll find him guilty of aggravated assault because surely he had to beat the shit out of her. We'll find him guilty of all of those things. And then we will draw and quarter him in public. Directly following the public outrage about the story, with even former President Donald Trump commenting on the incident, Tippit's father released a statement via an op-ed in a newspaper responding to the public and more directly to the Trump family. Quote, the person who is accused of taking Molly's life is, now right there it should be stopped. I don't even want to read anymore. It should say the person who's accused of taking Molly's life should suffer hellish torture agony until finally executed legally. What's it say, though? The person accused of taking Molly's life is no more a reflection of the Hispanic community. That's obviously the first thing this father would think about. The Hispanic community. When his daughter is stalked, she knows she's being stalked, physically assaulted, brutally raped, and then murdered. His first thought naturally is to the welfare of Hispanic community and how they might look bad. The person who's accused of taking Molly's life is no more a reflection of the Hispanic community as white supremacists are of all white people, wrote Rob Tibbets in an op-ed published. To suggest otherwise is a lie. I got to read that again because that's nonsensical. The person who's accused of taking Molly's life is no more a reflection of the Hispanic community as white supremacists are of all white people. That is a false comparison, dipshit. That's an erroneous comparison for the purpose of clearing the threat of illegal immigration into the United States. My God. He's not talking Hispanic community. You see what he's doing? He's comparing statistical data, facts about groups of people, and specifically groups of people coming illegally across a border, to a thought process, to thinking. So a white supremacist, so to say, oh, the data, I mean, that's like saying the fact that he has, that's like saying that what you're born with is not related to anything that anybody else of your race is born with. He's comparing statistical facts, and specifically statistical facts, as I say, about people crossing the border illegally, to an idea in the minds of some white people. Of course, an idea in the minds of some white people, i.e. white supremacy, does not represent all white people. But statistical criminal data about groups of people do represent groups of people. They absolutely do. But more importantly, it's about the statistical argument, about the statistically driven argument about illegal immigration into the United States by non-white people. So he's trying to cover up, to color over, to smooth over the debate about illegal immigration into the United States with that statement. You can't use the fact that this rapist, predator, murderer of my daughter illegally crossed the border as evidence for why the border should be closed. Because God forbid that white people have a country. God forbid that white people have daughters that don't get stalked and raped by these people coming across. What a fucking piece of shit. Do I make that clear, what he did there? It's a false comparison. You can't say that a statistical reality born of a genetic propensity is the same as an idea somewhere else. And specifically, as that probability borne out in statistics is an argument, is a point in an argument about whether or not the border should be open. People are just too dumb. But hey, the guy with the fucking dog is going to have shit tons of subscribers and everything. Well, the dog is, as he stares at the wall. Oh, look now, he's walked over to stare at the other wall. God, that pisses me off. He quote, Rob Tibbets says, do not appropriate Molly's soul in advancing views she believed were profoundly racist. You know what? I don't know what Molly thought, but let's say her father's right. Fuck you to Molly and her dad, because we're going to use her stalking, violent assault, rape, and murder to prevent other white girls from having that inflicted on them. I don't give a shit what you say. Do you see how this works? You see how this works? So this group comes from the government. They say, tell the white people to go off so they won't identify with the death of your daughter. Well, if that's really going to be your position, we're going to use your daughter's death. Fine. We'll use her death. I'm going to go ahead and assume, though, and conclude that you're completely wrong, that you're lying about Molly. I'm going to conclude that you're completely wrong, that she would be totally fine with preventing more young white women from having that inflicted on them. And we will sympathize with her. We will mourn Molly, and then we will use what happened to her to prevent the same from happening to others. That's how we honor Molly. Rob Tibbetts. And was he the one that said they make really good food? I think Trump has some border guards that you could be the food for, Rob. It seems to be the case when interracial incidents with white victims like this happen and go viral without the help of mainstream outlets pushing the story, the DOJ's Community Relations Service swoop in to redirect the public narrative and maybe even the message from the family. If the incident fails to gain public attention organically, mainstream news outlets choose not to cover it widely. And here we have this. This Community Relations Service under the DOJ was created by Lyndon Johnson. Isn't that interesting? In 1964. Thank you, Kate. All on the ground CRS facilitators are volunteers from the local community, according to CRS website, where the incident crime occurred. They are only dispatched to an incident if they are requested to be present. By whom, though? The government, I would imagine. Somebody in the DOJ. They are intended to represent, be a neutral party. They're so neutral that they get the white people to say, oh, our 5-year-old loved all the races of man when he was totally gunned down by an anti-white, non-white. But then the other way around, they're like, yeah, go ahead and say the white race did it. In the last 5 years, CRS has mainly been requested at high-profile incidents involving police and potential racial bias. Either party involved in the incident may refuse to talk to the participants, or to participate rather, with CRS. Of course, they show up with the color of law, the color of authority. We are from CRS, a department of the DOJ. Here is federal agent thus and such that we've brought with us. Have you all? You don't know. Because in the old days, I mean, they still do this, in the white sympathetic sphere, FBI would show up at people's houses and they would bring people from other departments. This is how these anti-whites operate. So they got somebody from state police where you live, county police where you live, the FBI itself, and then some psychologists from some other branch in the federal government. They show up all to talk to you so that any one of them can come up with a reason for further investigation, to incarcerate, to question, to turn you so that you will turn fed and tell them whatever they want to hear so they can go out and arrest people who aren't anti-white enough. All CRS services, this is from the website, are confidential and provided on a voluntary basis, free of charge. I bet they're free of charge. You mean the taxpayers pay for there to be a CRS department? Not to have any law. Let's see. CRS is not an investigatory or prosecutorial agency and does not have any law enforcement authority. CRS works with all parties to develop solutions to conflict and serves as a neutral party. So do you hear that, everybody that is listening, wondering whether or not I'm sharing exactly what CRS has on their website? This is exactly what it reads on their website. And I read earlier the main blurb from the website that they call themselves, CRS serves as America's peacekeepers for communities facing conflict based on actual or perceived race, color, national origin, gender identity, sexual orientation, religion, or disability. This is what CRS says about themselves, all of this. CRS works toward its mission by providing facilitated dialogue, mediation, training, and consultation to assist these communities to come together, develop solutions to conflict, and enhance their capacity to independently prevent and resolve further conflict, close quote. Close quote. Everything else that I was saying that that was not quoted from their website is my own personal observation, and much of that is satire for your amusement, because everybody else heads on over to watch a fucking ugly dog stare at the wall and have hordes of white women over there speculating about what the dog is thinking. No wonder things are bad. No wonder things are bad. The only potential area that could be possibly pointed to is as maybe being anti-white might be the training materials that the volunteers are taught from. I do not see any source for info on that, and they are most likely using anti-white training materials, I would imagine, but I do not have proof of that from the site, writes Kate. Thank you so much. The great Kate. Thank you so much for getting us that information. And yeah, we don't see their training materials. We don't see what they're told. We don't see what their anti-white training looks like either, like as in every other government agency and every other department in a national, international organization. We see it everywhere. Now you can see why I told you I was bent out of shape over this already. As we are approaching the 8 o'clock hour on the East Coast of the United States, I will see what you all are saying. We have a little bit of a Mark Dice video, a very brief Mark Dice video that's funny, and we will take a look at. I'm going to log into Entropy again because I'm not seeing anything over there, and I'm going to check the dashboard just in case it's not working, because that has happened before. Nope, it is blank. We do have comments over there that I will come back to. Oh, it's Promethean Kitchen giving us some fire and some smile faces. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for that. Over here on D Live, we have Spartan financially gifting 2 lemons of cryptocurrency. Thank you so much for that, Spartan. He says, Spartan also says over there on D Live, more and more people are getting banned on Twitter. We also have Board Troll just donated 2 lemons as well over there on D Live. God bless you and thank you for that. How do you talk about CRS and DOJ? You break down what I've said. You rewatch this segment. You break down what I've said, and you use the lexicon. You use the dialectics to talk about how there's always this continuity of conversation that white families make. They speak. They're quoted as. They are written up in articles for newspaper. They are interviewed on news, television, radio, and that you can expect to see this next time mom, dad, cousin, nephew, whatever it is, whoever you're talking to, because there's an actual organization in the federal government that, though they say they're not anti-white, the outcome is always that white people, when victimized in a way that is clearly a consequence of anti-whiteism, not a consequence of anti-white people. I should make that very clear. It's a consequence of anti-whiteism. You could have people who are from a victim group, a privileged group, who go out and they are the imaginary females. They were born with a penis, but now they believe themselves to be females, and they go out into the world and then they beat the shit out of somebody, and that goes, maybe they murder them, that goes public. This group, I imagine, would show up and say, tell the white population not to use the death of your loved one at the hands of these brutish women to further any sort of white supremacist agenda. You see, you can always, or racial agenda, you can always see that it's anti-whiteism by what the anti-whites say about what they're trying to do. We're trying to prevent white people from getting angry about anti-whiteism. So what do they call that? Racial tension, white supremacy, white nationalism. It's in their mouths, not in ours, that we see their objective is anti-white. That's how we're smarter than the rest of the white sympathetic sphere has always been. That's how we do more, go further, and achieve bigger things. It's about anti-whites showing up to prevent white people getting upset with anti-whiteism, anti-whiteism's consequences at the border, anti-whiteism's consequences with white erasure of our laws and rules, where if you drove down the street and you ran over a guy riding his bicycle, that your ass got electrocuted, that your ass was euthanized like a dog that you are. That's gone. And so now they get like 9 months. You can butcher somebody with a knife. You can butcher them and get 9 months. You get a slap on the wrist. That's white erasure of our norms. All white people know that we would handle things very differently without the least bit concern for the race of the animal that did the crime. It's always white erasure. It's the anti-whiteism that anti-whites don't want you angry with. That's what they're trying to prevent. If anything, they would love for you to get angry with the black race. They would love for that to happen, because then you go and you harm some innocent black person in a town far, far away, in a land far away, and then they can put that all over the media. You see how evil the white race is, proving the anti-white narrative. They love that. They don't want white people getting upset with the ideology of anti-whiteism. Make sure you tell your friends, family, and strangers that. Make sure you hammer it home until they can't breathe anymore about it. Pun intended. Over here on Odyssey. Hello to everybody over there. And we have Avalon who's over there. $5 financial gift. God bless you, Avalon. He says, I have meat in the freezer, local food in my pantry, and warriors at my back because of no white guilt and going free. Oh my God, what a testimonial. Rock it out, raucous emojis. Run up the flag post. The swashbuckling flag for this gentleman. That is an epic testimonial. He says, hell would be too good for our victimizers. Hail our folk and Promethean hails to all our brothers and sisters. God bless this champion. Let's give it up. 07s, 007s. Meat in the fridge, in the freezer, food in the pantry, warriors at his back because of no white guilt and going free. Promethean hails to you, champion. God bless you. Avalon also says that LBJ was one of the worst people in Western history. Anybody else want to share? Tag me with some more of the crimes of LBJ. Tag me with some more of the crimes. Board Troll and Spartan over there with 2 lemons. Thank you so much. And looks like over there on Rumble, we have Klaus says the world is sick. They keep pouring in. Third world people from Europe. Now also the U.S. These monsters hate us and eventually create violence. We're under attack and many are asleep. Yeah. Klaus, perfectly said. Tell others that we're live over there on Rumble. Bring your buddies over, your Rumble buddies. Let them know that we're live over there. Perfectly said. They're asleep. You got a bunch of ladies, like tens of thousands subscribe to what, and the guy doesn't do skits. He doesn't make the dog like talk with animation. He doesn't nothing. The dog's not trained. The dog is just an ugly dog. Nothing interesting about the dog. Just white women showing up. What's the dog thinking? That's how sick we are. Everything's burning down around us. And that's what they're tuning in to see. 140 live while the guy live streams. Says nothing. No point. No point. Not like going on an adventure. Nothing. Just Dogs hanging out in the house. Who the fuck would watch that? He says in Sweden, men have to now escort the women home so they're not raped and murdered. How do you like that, white women in our once great country of Sweden? How do you like that? Maybe you shouldn't have been browbeating the men about how all of these others are thinking, what they're feeling. You see the connection I'm making with that dog channel, ladies and gentlemen? Do you see the connection? No white guilt's intelligence works in mysterious ways. The white women are over there projecting thoughts into an animal, into a dog, that the dog can't think. The dog can't think in words. I don't care if there's nobody's in this audience that dumb. Animals can have actual thoughts, not in words. Dog ain't thinking anything in words, but all these women are showing up. Kate, how many people sub to that channel? Go find me that number and then please, and come back and tell me, tag me or text me or whatever. How many of our people are projecting their own thoughts into another creature that isn't even capable of thinking them, much less not likely or more likely or less likely? You know what happens in Sweden? A bunch of white females of both sexes decide what is going through the heads of all of the non-white world. What's going through all of their heads. And you know what's interesting? I've never had a white woman come to me and say, you know what, Jason? You know what they're all thinking? They're all thinking, I'm going to butcher and rape the white women. That's what they're all thinking. I've never had that happen. You know, white women of the West who are white positive, they're very cognizant that there are good people and bad people of all races. And that a lot of these folks coming over are anti-white, unfortunately. And that we are not in a position, we'd long since be in a position where we can allow for there to be a question, a testing phase. Testing phase is long past. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say, just like these white women are in this channel, and Kate just got back to me, 189,000 followers, full of white women who are projecting their thoughts into an animal that cannot think them. I'm willing to bet that these same women, and I'll say of both sexes, were projecting their thoughts about they just want to come here and have a good life and get a job. And they just want to and browbeat the men and browbeat the men and browbeat the men and use the social leverage they have and use the legal leverage they have. And now they have to be escorted when they go to the goddamn grocery store so that they don't get butchered or raped or both. Because all of these people coming in, well, they were all just thinking innocent, lovely little thoughts that any little white cupcake would think in her little pink adorned bedroom. If you haven't gotten the vibe from me yet, no more leadership, no more influence of people or societal leadership from females. We're done. There will be, just like there will always be throughout time. You know, they said, oh, white women, they were never allowed to practice surgery. They were never allowed to be doctors. And then I would go, they would say, oh, in school, they would say, this was the first one. And then the next year at school or the next semester, oh, this was the first one. And I would say, hold on. Last semester, I was taught that this other one was the first one. How many of the firsts are there? That other one was earlier than this one. Why do we keep having the firsts? Is it to white guilt me? Saying the white man, by the way, there would be no white woman practicing medicine if white men didn't allow it. So don't try to white guilt me, bitch. Thank me. Then I find out on my own autodidactic studying, well, wait, women, exceptional women, have always been allowed to get into roles that normally were not roles for women. Why? Because women didn't excel there. And there were always women there. Always. You just had to be worthy. Now you get to be there because you have a vagina. And you got these milk sacks on the front of your chest. Well, you got some milk sacks? Come on in. White guy, go home. You're fired. Oh, but my IQ is 100 and... No, don't care. Don't care. She has milk sacks. Didn't you see that she's got some sacks? They could be filled with milk. That means she's a female. She gets your job. Okay, that sounds like a good idea. More browbeating, ladies. More browbeating. Now they got to be escorted where they go. Some parts of Sweden. And it's going to be more and more parts. More and more parts of the world. Here's the really scary thing. And this is where I get disgusted. And we're going to jump back to entropy and see what we have over here. I'll go ahead and refresh it now so we can get it rolling and see if we have any over here on the monitors to my right. There are a lot of people out there, a lot of guys, a lot of white guys. I'm going to say guys, boys, that will say, no, I can't be victimized. Oh, I can't be victimized. Or maybe they say, oh, can't be victimized. Whatever it is. Or it's, hey, be in my car, I can't be victimized. Whatever it is, whatever accent they have, they're cowards. They say, don't talk about our victimization because it makes us look weak. The reality is that they are weak. Those individuals saying that are weak. And they're afraid that people will find out how weak and cowardly they are if they take up an argument that points out our victimization. Then people will realize, they think, how weak they are. That's why this insidious idea circulates in the white sympathetic sphere. And we have to kill this idea that you can't talk about our victimization. We have to absolutely kill it. Nail it to the cross. Nail it to the bottom of the coffin so it can never come back to haunt us again. No more Dracula of cowardice rising up out of the dead. Everyone that says to you from now forward, know them to be the epitome of cowardly. And also, not just cowardly in the sense of their own insecurities, but also not willing to do their duty to protect our weakest members. The worst among us say, don't talk about our victimization. The worst among us say, don't talk about our victimization. They fear that the world will find out how absolutely pathetic and cowardly they are. So they put on a big front. Every bar they go, every time they get together with the boys, about how tough they are. That is the way they conceal how little they are on the inside and probably between their legs. But that's how much they could, that's their defense mechanism of concealing what cowards they are. But then they're the worst among us. Because by doing that, they ignore the suffering and victimization of our weakest members. You see, the reality is this, folks. When you're a man or you're male and you are in anywhere from, depending upon how much of a guy, if you will, you were, from somewhere in your teens up through some age as an adult, you have some measure of physicality that can serve you to some degree in an altercation. Some measure of physicality, follow me, that can serve you to some measure in an altercation. And that is all these selfish individualists concern themselves with.
They think, can I get away from somebody trying to fight me? Could I beat that person up? Could I cover up? Could I get to my car? Could I pull away from them and get into some sort of store to be safe, or get to help, get to a fire alarm and set it off? Could I get to a weapon somewhere to defend myself? And then they don't care about all the millions of our women and all the millions of our elderly and all the millions of our incapacitated and sick, all the millions of our little ones who don't have that small measure of whatever it is that could serve them in an altercation to whatever degree. And they have to live their life either in the security or fear of the world we create for them. The only thing that warms my heart when it comes to these selfish, degenerate, do-nothing, cowardly bitches that say, don't talk about our victimization, is that one of these days, they're going to be incapacitated. One of these days, they're going to get old. And they're going to be so weak, there isn't going to be any measure of physicality that will serve them. Not even a gun on their hip be taken right away from them, and the predator will move lightning fast compared to what their old nervous system will generate. And they will look out at the world and finally realize how terrifying it has become as a consequence of guys who were like them so many years earlier and decided that they shouldn't talk about our victimization. Get out your raucous emojis. 07s, swashbuckling flags, fireworks, and dragons of fire. Wild emojis, ladies and gentlemen. 07s, 95s for the 50 of DB50. Over here, the only gifter on Entropy. God bless him. God bless DB50. 50, white well-being. I'm not tolerating it anymore. Dollars. And he writes with those $50 for white well-being, which is everyone's well-being across Western civilization. God bless you, brother. What a champ. What a champ. A living hero. Let's go ahead and pull that down. We'll swivel around over here. I haven't even had time for coffee. I haven't had time for water. I've been so fired up for white well-being. All right. Didn't miss anybody on Subscribe Star. And over here on Cash App, we have the one and only Yiz the Unifier. She says, weekly folk tithe. Can't be here live tonight, though. Kip. Remember, this great champion goes live at 6 p.m. tomorrow, Monday. Make sure you show up, log in, even if you're not watching, but you should watch Discordant Dragons. It's entertaining. It's fun. Yiz holds a very lively discussion there with panelists. It is cool. But if you can't be there present, log in, give it a thumbs up. Let your account be logged in so that it's counted tomorrow at 6 p.m. God bless. Yiz the Unifier. The great No White Guilt Clips. 95s, quadruple 07s for No White Guilt Clips. We love him. He financially gifts because there is never enough that this man to himself. He says nothing he can't do for white well-being. 107. A financial gift with a salute inside. No White Guilt Clips. God bless you, brother. When you're making memes and you're making videos and you're financially gifting and you're in live chats and you are superhuman. This is what a real hero of Western civilization looks like. You can forget about all of these clowns in audiences elsewhere that think that they're doing anything. They're doing nothing. The knights of the white table that show up here, they're the ones who are really doing it. God bless you. Thank you so very much. And we have, wow, the great Slaughtz has come in with a $100
the great Slaughtz, and we're going to be celebrating this champion again today for his epic music that he created, ladies and gentlemen. Created it years ago. And apparently I saw it, but then something happened. Obviously something happened because we didn't end up playing and rolling and celebrating. Somehow it got lost in the mix of everything else going on. This epic, thank God he got back to me. Don't ever think $100 from Slaughtz here. Don't ever think that, oh, I got something to Jason. He didn't respond or he didn't retweet. And so automatically think that I didn't like it. Get to me again. I am busy. I got tons of shit going through my head and things get lost. I am here to make champions. I am here to make gods of men and women of the West that are going to reclaim our destiny. And we are doing it. That's what I'm here for. So get involved. Get like Slaughtz. Years later, what was it, like 2-3 years later, Slaughtz? $100. And he says with this $100 financial gift, for recognizing our grief would form our humanity. That needs to be made into a meme. That's brilliantly written. He says, for recognizing our grief would form our humanity. So our grief would form our humanity. That right there is verbiage that needs to live. Brilliantly written, brother. God bless you. Exactly. Grieving with those mothers and those fathers and those daughters and etc. Absolutely. $100 financial gift. Thank you, good sir. And we have another $100 financial gift. Oh my gosh. Another $100 financial gift from Dr. I. Dr. I is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. That's why your vision suddenly got better. $100 says, God bless you, Jason. $100 for white well-being. And he writes 07. Raucous emojis, swashbuckling emojis. Let it be heard, folks. If you're watching this and you see these people, these are glorious champions. These people, they're financially gifting. Some of these ones, you see these names over and over. Don't ride on them. Don't just ride on them. You got to do, I would not be able to do that. You got to either reimburse them, get out, find out who Dr. Igor is, find out who Slaughtz is, find out who No White Gil Clips is, find out who DB50 is, find out who these people are, and say, you know what? You've been financially gifting for years, and I'm finally going to chip in because of how much of a champion you are. God bless you, hero. God freaking bless you. All right. We'll turn back around this way and talk about a song. I think what we're going to do is we're going to do the song right now. And we're going to come back and we're going to watch Mark Dice. We're going to review a Mark Dice video. It's a short video. And we're going to put it on double speed. Not double speed, but somewhere, close. And we will we'll cover, before that, though, the song from the great Slaughtz and these two little blurbs, a couple of paragraphs from Seamus and Robert Hartley spreading swashbuckling in IRL, swashbuckling, because it's a glorious thing to hear. We got to celebrate it. We mentioned it in the beginning. But what we're going to do right now is the great Slaughtz is a great contributor, as you can see, in service to white well-being. We really need to celebrate this guy. He actually made this video, a powerful video that he uses. He's at the gym. He uses to inspire him. I'm going to be using at the gym now. It's so glorious. We want you to share this. We want you to enjoy every moment of it because it will inspire others to get involved. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Slaughtz. I want you all, I'm going to try to stay calm. I want you all to think about the torture that our babies are being subjected to by these anti-white bastards. That you have a little white girl who so hates herself. And ladies and gentlemen,
If you hate your people, if you hate your people's history, you cannot but hate yourself. That is what the anti-whites are doing to us. You have a little white girl that she turns to her mother and asks her mother, begs her mother, am I going to have to be white until I die? Unpack that, ladies and gentlemen. What is that little girl saying? Am I always going to have to be a member of the race that owes and has to compensate and make amends and feel guilt? That is what's coming through this little girl's voice. God damn it, when will enough be enough for you? How much longer, mommy? How much longer do I have to be white? She is articulating what they all are feeling in silence, in their nightmares, in their beds, in their tears when no one else sees them cry. God damn, when is enough gonna be enough? How much torture is enough torture for our baby? When will you say enough is enough? Only a sick and broken and defective human being doesn't get angry as all hell when the vulnerable members of their community are being victimized. It is ameliorated when all the anti-whites get on a knee and beg for forgiveness. That is when we begin to think about, okay, things are finally going in the right direction. Not until then. We want to see their apologies. We want to see them prostrate on the ground, begging for forgiveness. Every single anti-white, you are going to join the sphere of white well-being. You are going to come to the heroes because you are going to hear the silver trumpets of the work we do here for white well-being. You are going to hear that clarion song, and not another one is going to look to mommy in fear and dread and angst. God damn it, when will enough be enough for you? Children! She is articulating what they all are feeling in silence when no one else sees them cry. How much torture is enough torture for our baby? When will you say enough is enough? How much longer, mommy? How much longer do I have to be white? Your whole life, little girl. Your whole life. She's gonna look to her mother and say, Mother, please tell me that all of my days are going to be filled with the beauty and the justice and the glory of being a wonderful white woman that will be a wonderful white family and a glorious future. That will be the white babies that we will make and that will recapture our destiny. All right, let's slow it down a little bit. When I get to these, that was glorious, wasn't it? Let's give it up for Slaughtz. Fantastic song, brother. Thank you so much. We love you. A glorious effort, indeed. All right. We have here, I want to share with you, Seamus wrote this. Let me put my glasses on. So I just had an amazing experience when two young Westmen with the Church of Latter-day Saints came to my door. I asked them if their community has addressed the problem of anti-whiteism. They replied with the usual trope of how we are all equals in the eyes of God. So I pointed out our people's victimization in South Africa and added that I felt God would be displeased if one group of his creation allowed themselves to be victimized, and that this is spreading all across Western civilization. They agreed with that idea 100%. So I continued. I told them that in my mind, there is no conflict between a person's faith and their efforts to put an end to our people's victimization. They agreed with that too. I dropped the concepts, introduced the idea of MCs
and MPs and finally gave them the stickers made by Elaine that came with my copy of Go Free, telling them about the NWG stream every Sunday. They responded positively to everything I told them, shook my hand, and told me they would check out our community. They will be returning later this week, so I will likely have opportunity to speak to them more about this. Big salute, Seamus. Guy's amazing. It's just, how many folks run into people, for example, like these two young Mormons, and they're like, oh, there isn't any race because God, and don't know how to handle it? Seamus did a glorious job. Robert Hartley says this: went to the barber yesterday, haircut by a massive steroid-induced Maori. Behind him on the other side of the mirror was a brown fella who looked from, is that pronounced Mauritius? The manager came up, female in her 50s, and we started to talk about stuff. And I eventually inserted the Go Free lexicon, because he's awesome, to talk about anti-whiteism, indoctrination of kids at schools in Australia. The lady got a bit nervous because of the non-whites listening, but she totally agreed with the sentiments non-verbally. The Mauritian guy didn't say much, but the Maori agreed it was wrong to spread anti-whiteism. Isn't that awesome? He said it goes both ways when it comes to hating someone based on their birth, inferring that being discriminatory to whites due to birth was wrong. Everyone shook my hand when I left like I was some kind of hero, and I really think all involved learned a lot and will be more aware of anti-whiteism now, and perhaps even call it out as wrong when they see it. One interaction at a time. We can spread Go Free and save Western civilization. Thanks, Jason. Lockie Lunder suggested I share this testimonial. Cheers, brother, and a big thank you to Lunder from Down Under for suggesting that he share the testimonial, because he absolutely should have. Beautifully done by Robert in that interaction. And this is what I'm talking about, the curative contagion. People shook his hand like he was some kind of hero because he adroitly, he dexterously, he nimbly was able to discuss a subject with a moral position, a virtue, and love and hope and redemption in his heart, and navigate this very troubled topic beautifully. And they were all shocked by it. And they all felt, wow, he just went through. Like when he started talking about race and the white woman, she's like, oh shit. They were all like, oh shit, because nobody navigates that well. Like what's going to be said next? Like we have these clowns out there in Australia who are, they're Nazi LARPing. What was that? Was that we're going to come next? Was going to be what was next? And instead, you had Robert with love, hope, and redemption, the lexicon, the dialectics that we teach in the Go Free method, adroitly worked through that. Everybody is relieved and pleased. Yes, he found this moral path through this minefield. They end up shaking, everybody's shaking. Brother, that's not the first time I've heard about people having that experience, and me personally having that experience. It's amazing. People in these scenarios where people are like, oh my God, you just adroitly navigated this in a way that was moral so that we could all agree on it. And there's this weird sort of bubbly enthusiasm about it. Like, oh my God, like they've just seen a magic trick. No race had to be demonized. No one is going to have like all of their ownings or properties taken from them someday, so that some fictional nirvana can be achieved. No, everybody there can be moral and say, We're not going to victimize anyone, including white people, on the basis of their birth. Glorious, isn't it? Isn't it a wonderful thing to witness? We have some announcements, too, I want to get to. Let's see. This one is a very dear and important announcement right up here up front. We want to wish a big, please, I want everyone, a big Promethean healing, prayers, and positive energy to our dear sister in Germany, Leontina, who is today mourning the death of her husband. So there's no words for that. I deeply condole for your loss, and we're with you, sister, and we're sending the positive energy, warm Promethean healing to you, and we're grateful that you had your time with him, and sad that he has moved on. We also have another serious Victorian time traveler's father has lung cancer. So please, prayers for Victorian time traveler's family and father, positive energy in that direction. And he's a great guy. He's a magnificent servant to white well-being. You know it well. And we want the best for him and his father and family. We also have here, and this is an educational opportunity, James reached out in the thread, and he was facing some challenges in some conversations. He said, if Peterson were to say, and this is Kermit the Frog Peterson, were to say, quote, we can't take pride because, in other words, white people taking pride in the achievements of our people. We can't take pride because that means we also have to take responsibility for everything that was negative in the past. Close quote. James says, I'm not saying that he said that, but if he did, what's a meme curative for that? And I've faced that before. In fact, going back all the way to, may have had the argument in junior high school, but definitely in high school. I had people, students, peers, as well as teachers, throw the argument at me. So you're definitely going to face it. And I responded with this: pride and responsibility are two different things. When we take pride in our people's accomplishments, we aren't expecting payment. When anti-whites want us to take responsibility for crimes, they demand to be compensated. So perhaps an MC could be, pride and responsibility aren't the same. I don't expect payment, but anti-whites expect compensation. I'll read it again for an MC that you could use in a conversation, online, in person, whatever it is. Pride and responsibility aren't the same. I don't expect payment, but anti-whites expect compensation. I've also turned this around, and I believe I've talked about this on streams before, on gatherings or roll-ins, where I've demanded payment from anti-whites for the accomplishments of white people. So they're demanding to be compensated from me and from other white people for crimes that are real or fake, invented by anti-whites, or something that a criminal did that happened to be white, and they want to be compensated from me. Then I say, okay, well, then I need to be paid for electricity, for computing, and then just go on and on and on. For Western civilization, for a Republican form of government, democracy, for just go on and on. They don't like that. They don't want to pay you for that. And so that's a way to handle that. We have also some content creators I want to mention. Content creator segment. So if you are curious about who to follow, who you should follow, listen closely or tag this moment and come back to it so you can find out who to go and follow. All of these people are on YouTube, and that's where I want you to go. But they also have accounts elsewhere, and so you can follow them presumably elsewhere. We have the great Andrei Moisejev on YouTube, @ So when I say at, it's always at symbol. ARTOFMYTH. Art of Myth. No spaces on YouTube. We have Anders, and he has his blog, and that is on link.medium.com/NMX cap V and cap V cap I 5X cap Q O cap A B. White People Press. And Tony, reach out to me if you have some things you want to work on. Some things you want me to share with folks. And that is at whitepeoplepress.com. Westman Media, odyssey.com/@Westman Media. School of the West at schoolofthewest.world. Yiz, the Unifier, over there on YouTube at Yiz the Eunuch. No spaces. She is also she also has the Corner Club, which is at yiztheeunuch.substack.com. The Great Fornull at Fornelius Newland, FORNELIUSNULLAND. He has Dragon Synth Adventures. You can find him on Telegram as well. He also has westernkindgames.com. I'm going to have to get his link on Telegram to share that in the future. No White Guilt Clips at No White Guilt Clips on YouTube. Twitter at NWG Clips. Instagram, No White Guilt Clips. Gab at No White Guilt Clips. BitChute at No White Guilt Clips. Facebook and Rumble, the same. No White Guilt Clips. TikTok at Jason Goes Political Show. No spaces. And Truth Social at No White Guilt Clips. Follow him on all of those platforms. The Great Porridge at Jubilation Media. Intellectual Embargo. Odyssey.com/@Intellectual Embargo. Final Blossom at Final Blossom. And when I don't say the platform, it means YouTube. Also, his newsletter. Follow his newsletter. Oh, wait. Fornull has the newsletter too. Do I not have it up here? Damn, Fornull, what's your newsletter? No, I don't see it here. Fornull has his new newsletter, and he will post it. We have Final Blossom's newsletter, Western Kind Wellbeing Newsletter is what it's called. It's at finalblossom.substack.com. Alternative Voices Portal, odyssey.com/alternative_voices_portal. I gotta get that Fornull blog. WorldConqueror at WorldConqueror. Also on substack.com with a blog //127204959 Destroying Anti-Whiteism. Biospirit of the West's White Wellbeing Quora. At nowhiteguilt.quora.com.
Wellbeing.com. For White Wellbeing, our newest, like, world-shaking servant to white well-being, and he is at For White Wellbeing. And that's FORWHITEWELLBEING. Dino Storm at Dino Storm, and also at StudioDinoStorm.com. Remember, that's where you find the game, ladies and gentlemen. And what? Let me see. I'll put this here. RC the Realist. And he is on YouTube, and we'll have to share his YouTube until I can get something a little bit shorter for a URL. But you can find him, but you might be able to type in RC the Realist and search for channel. But you can also find him on Instagram, _realist_songwriter. White Student Transmission. And on Twitter, White Student T on Twitter. Also, his book on Amazon, Equal Training, you can find on Amazon. We have Aussie Mike, who covers the farm murders, the murders of white people in South Africa. And he's on Twitter as Traditional Mike. Twitter.com/Traditional Mike. And finally, we have Wing It Productions. Wing It Productions. And I do want to mention, I am going to get back into, we have Spencer Quinn's book, the No College Club, which I'm going to get back into reading, and then we'll let you all know about that, as well as Shout the Battle Cry of Freedom by K.M. Breakey, in which yours truly is, I mean, he didn't tell me this, but I inspired the character, the protagonist. It's got to be the case. It's definitely me. It's definitely anybody else who reads that. Let me know. You can find it on Amazon as well. All of these. Well, can you find the College Club on Amazon? I don't know. But honestly, though, the No College Club, Spencer, were you inspired a little bit by Crucible? It's awesome if you were. Thank you so much for that. And we have Thaumatological Mailbag. We have a piece of mail. Let me break it out for us as the time ticks down here in service to white well-being. It comes from the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, Randy. And let's celebrate Randy financially gifting $30 in service to white well-being. God bless you, brother. $30 from Randy. He is like the tides. Randy is like the tides. He will always be there. God bless you, Randy. $30 financial gift in the mailbag. It was nice. I opened it up and I was like, is anybody in here today? And there was Randy. I was like, whoa. God bless you, brother. Everything he wanted to say with those $30. Please, let's celebrate 95s for Randy. 95s, some 07s, some crowns for Randy, maybe. If you can find them in there, some crowns for Randy's head. We appreciate it, brother. It's always fun to see something in the mailbag, especially good folk like Randy. All right. We have the Mark Dice video, and we also have, it's about 15 till 9, 15 and a half till 9. We could jump on the Mark Dice video and then see how much we can get done before 9 and take calls. Maybe we could do that if that's what you want, or if you want to just sit back and chat and for the remaining 45 minutes and take calls while we chat, see if there are any financial gifts. I could save the Mark Dice video for the roll-in this week if you'd like to do that. It's not like time sensitive or anything. But
y'all can let me know if you, what do you want to do? I mean, we got a cozy crew here, so you all can let me know what you would like to do. And I will refresh around here just to make sure we didn't miss anybody. Yum. Keep your raucous emojis out, ladies and gentlemen. Keep them out. Quadruple 07s, quadruple 07s. Crowns for his feet. Crowns for his head. Gems for his feet. Gems for his feet. 95s. Some swashbuckling flags for First Last. We have found him in Cash App, financially gifting $108. $108. I don't know what kind of salute 8 might be, but that's what it is. It's glasses. It's a glasses salute, my friend. $108 from First Last. God bless you, brother. We love it. We love you. Your service to white wellbeing. And folks, I was talking with First Last, and he uttered 2 more very useful terms. We have the doom grifters and doom swappers. Doom grifters and doom swappers. And then the grifter, of course, you have all of these content creators, organization leaders, and all they do is doom grift. They share the doom. They're making money off the doom. It's just like the people who make the money off of the threat of society is always ending, like that prepper nurse that we watched a few videos of before, and maybe we'll watch. Remember, he was the one that was farming Cheez-Its in the background. God, that was funny. That was really good. Who was the person in our community who made the Cheez-Its video? Who was that? Shit. Who made the Cheez-Its video? We buried the Cheez-Its and we played it. I'm going to have to look for it now. Damn. Oh, that was funny. That was really funny. But anyhow, yeah, they make all their money. Interestingly enough, the prepper nurse guy he got an enormous audience of females as well. Enormous female audience who show up to pay this guy to tell them that right now, I assume the automobile strike is going to end the world. The railroad strike for months and months and months was going to end the world. And I mean, it's just endless. And apparently these females, I don't know what they're so jacked up on, but they have very short memories because they go from one false prediction to another. They're just like, tell me more horror and I'll pay you more. Really? And I guess if that does it for you. Promethean Kitchen. Why do you think that NASA likes to name their spacecraft after Western kind's gods and goddesses, like the Artemis II and Orion? It's almost like NASA is recognizing our greatness. It's probably, I don't know if it's I would definitely, if I had to put my money down, great question. If I had to put my money down, I would say that institutionally, absolutely not. They're not thinking about that. But genetically, biospiritually, yes. Genetically, biospiritually, when a Westman is healthy enough, and relative vis-a-vis anti-whiteism, is healthy enough to be able to turn into himself or herself and reflect upon what is the greatness, what is the gloriousness. They turn to different aspects of that inner spirit. And so that's why I think it ends up being names like that. But they will eventually prevent those names. Don't ever let them tell you, don't ever erroneously conclude that there would be some limit to it, that it's finite. These names can be turned around, moved around, and used with numbers and everything an infinite number of ways. There is never going to be a need for a Western country name our spacecraft after Indian gods and goddesses, or go on and on. There'll never be a need for that. When they do that, it'll be because white erasure is taking place. No more naming things for the projections of Westman. So let me see. I think we'll just go ahead and we'll hold off on Mark Dice for the roll-in, and we have a couple of calls. Let's see. We got WordConqueror wants to do a call, and let's see who else today wants to do a call. Let me just read this real quickly. Yes. Are you two white well-being advocate? Are you two together? Are you two like together right now? Or I don't know how to do a. Would I call you and then you'll tell me how to do a three-way call to him? We could do that. Awesome that you are having success. Jumping over here to entropy. Okay, we're blank on entropy. What about D Live? All right, blank over there. Didn't miss anybody. Let me check out Odyssey. And looks like we did not miss anybody. Thank you for the swashbuckling flags from Avalon over there. What about over there on Rumble? Anything new? Nope, no more new over there. Looks like we're good. And I will check Subscribe Star. Porter Jeterson says, I know it doesn't help in bringing it up in conversation with vagues, but do you think there's value in learning our real, perhaps hidden history? If so, what are good places to look? Well, this is more of a hobby, and some folks are going to not take that comment very well, but where to go to look? There are a lot of people out there that are researching and that are searching, and you could dabble. I mean, I wouldn't suggest more than dabbling, and the reason why is there's nothing to find there in the past that is going to empower you today, and that's just a reality. There are people who have been digging, and there's nothing. I used to say it all the time that people spend a lot of time looking in the wrong places. One of the places for our salvation, for our redemption. One of the places people look, and those who research those areas, they profit off of either openly saying or implying that there's going to be some sort of wisdom or some sort of gem of knowledge or some sort of finding that is suddenly going to empower us. And these people, they become like, when I've known them over the years, met them over the years, I've watched people transform doing this. They become like these sort of weird crotchet treasure hunters. And they never end up doing anything for themselves or our people. It becomes like this essentially historical revisionism. So if you know that you're not going to find anything in the past that will help you today, if you are honest with yourself, if you're going to be mature, and you're not going to allow some autodidactic historical revisionist person, writer, YouTuber, blogger, whatever it is, to convince you or confuse you into thinking that there's something in the past. And it could be something that's in archaeology. It could be something that is in, so-called like oral tradition or stories that then gets written up somewhere. That's always suspect, obviously.
interpretations of archaeological findings, philosophers from the past. There's a lot of people that waste a ton of time on philosophers and what they were saying and what their real meanings were, and thinking that there's going to be something found there that can benefit us. There's not. There simply isn't. Everything from the past has been defeated. Everything from the past led to the defeat and caused us to be where we are today. So there's nothing in the past that's going to equip us. Having said that, where we can find traditions or lore that is interesting or fun, especially for children, especially if there's something fun for children that you can do with kids, with your children, and give them tangible things of, this is our people, this is our past, this is etc., then yes, make use of those. I mean, put up the decorations. Don't waste your time in thinking. Another problem is, I know people are going to get mad. Never pray to gods or God or gods for help. You're not going to worship a god or gods in the right way, and then all of a sudden powers start happening. It doesn't happen. Any creator would not function that way. Like, oh, well, now you are appeasing me, right? No, it's not how it works. They're not walking around waiting to be appeased by you, and then they will help us. That's not how it works. But yes, for fun, for entertainment, for children, to create something tangible from our past. But when it comes to the lore and the findings of the past, I want you to understand that the more you work on the meme pathogens that are in you and begin freeing yourself from these things, and can begin coming more and more in touch with your latent abilities, physically, mentally, spiritually, and therefore with the voice of the West, the spirit of the West, which is in us all, the more you can do that, the more you are a creator of what our true lore was from the past, what our true stories were, what our true celebrations were from the past. You can't, if you submit yourself to the ideas of somebody who's making money off of what they're sharing, then their goal is, and maybe their need is, the remuneration. And so the stories might be fantastical. The stories might be shocking. The stories might be actually anathema. I've seen those shared. This is what we were really like. And of course, it's no one knows. And the claim is just, the claims are lurid for the purpose of getting sales on books and etc., and have nothing to do with our past. And ultimately, if you were to move forward with these ideas, they would be very harmful to the well-being of our people. But outside as a decoration, it's perfect. That's how I see it being used. It's a great question, and thank you for that question. Spike says, no white guilt. Is this live Sunday night? I'm live. Yes. Wingit says, have you done a full audiobook of Go Free? Amazon is indicating that it doesn't exist. It absolutely, the Go Free exists audiobook. It should show up with the electronic version and the physical version. The audiobook doesn't have the appendices at the end, though. So check again and see if you can't find it. Let me know. Drew is here. Hello. TJ is here. Hello. Oh yeah, and Jeterson. Yeah, don't bother bringing up any of that with vagues. You're not going to move them at all. It will only make them think you're weird, honestly, because of anti-whiteism. Okay, over here on Subscribe Star, we have a financial gift of $15 from June. Thank you so much, June. I really appreciate that. $15 over on Subscribe Star.
And June writes with those beautiful $15 in praise and appreciation for our glorious white Western men who have protected us for many generations. My father was one of those Western heroes, and I loved him and all the men of my life. Thank you, Jason, for your passion for our people. God bless you, June. Let's get some 07s for June. Showing appreciation for men of the West and their service to white well-being, our protection, her protection. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, June. And that was over on Subscribestar. Promethean Promulgation, says Elaine Sabatino, made the video. Awesome. That's right. I have to find, does he still have the video somewhere? I've got it, but I mean, I'll have to find it. That was so great. It was hilarious. We need to go over and like make fun of these people more often. Bescape is here. I'm just scrolling through to see. There's the great Fournel. Finger Fretter saying Mark Dice not that important. Finger Fretter says need to reorder Go Free. Any reissue. Well, what version do you have? If you have second edition iteration 2, then that's the most up to date. The next one that I'm working on is iteration or edition 3. We are coming to a whole new edition. RBN is with us and says, No White Guilt is a phenomenal speaker. Well, I deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much, brother. Elaine says, and I've heard this from, in fact, I saw the clip of Peterson, Jordan Peterson, has an entire room in his home dedicated to non-white tribes in Canada. That he does. Their art. Biospirit of the West is here. Great to see you, brother. I wonder what old Peterson would think if you had an entire room dedicated to the art of the West, the white man. We're going to make a call. The first one is going to be going to our first. So it looks like White Wellbeing Advocate doesn't know how a three-way call could work. And so he said he would go first. Has Promethean Promulgation contacted me on Skype? I need him to contact me for me to be able to call him. Send me a, here I am. And I will give him a call. And we'll be able to ask him about the video, or he can just tell us. Would you kind of Saxony? Not going to put my glasses on. How would you deal with folks who always complain about anti-whiteism, yet immediately start trolling, LARPing, as robots when you bring up going free? I would mock them. I would mock them right back. I would, if they start trolling when you bring up, like you mean like they are trying to like ridicule or mock us and our great successes. I mean, you could tell, you could be like, yeah, you could continue doing that. Just continue being a Nazi LARPer, continue being a J-Spurg and accomplishing nothing. Continue doing nothing. You just keep doing nothing. Just keep achieving nothing and doing nothing. just keep being a subversive to white well-being, you could just keep doing that, or you could go free. And then I would, do you ridicule going free because you don't have the balls to actually be an advocate for white well-being? You're not courageous enough to actually do anything. You just want to stand around with a bunch of other losers and complain, bellyache about other groups of man. Is that what you want to do? I would do that, because that's all they're doing. Danunaki is here. Great to see you. There's a fine line between discussing political solutions and alphabet boy posting. But where can I go to reach political as opposed to linguistic solutions? There is no political solution. I will tell you when Jason Goes Political, the show, is brought back. I dust it off and I bring it back. I will tell you actual political things that we can do. And there are things that we can do. There are no politicians that you can vote for and get them in office to do it for us. There are no political parties. There never will be. There never can be. Not until we change the societal conversation with the Go Free method. That's the reality of it. It will not, cannot happen. Bottom line is, and I refrain from, in so many conversations over the years, I figured out a long time ago that there can't be a political solution because the political sphere is controlled by money, and the anti-whites have all the money in the world. So you can't win. It's a ridiculous proposition. In fact, it's childish in the cases when it's not grifters who just want to make money off. They'll tell you whatever you want to hear to get you to give them money. We're going to start a new political party. You know how many political parties I've seen come and go? And they're always going to be the better LARPers than the last one. And it's just for them to make money. That's all that ever ends up happening. No, it's not happening. There's not going to be any nationalist party that could compete. So we have to change the conversation, and then there'll be new solutions. And how they function in and out of and with politics is yet to be seen. But if you keep coming here, you'll know what to do. We have a $10 financial gift by Ash over there on Odyssey. Thank you so much. He says, thanks, Jason. Well, I deeply appreciate that, brother. $10. We also have Get Out Your Gems for the lady's feet and crowns for her head and 07s as she goes by for Mrs. Jess Hors, who just financially gifted 25. Please protect my 9 white baby dollars. She says, hail NWG, excellent streams, sir. We're still recovering from a slab leak that happened July 4. However, I'm so happy that so many of our folk drop financial gifts. Thank you. And thanks to all our folk who put so much time and energy and hard-earned cash into white well-being to our victory. Hail Western kind. Wow, what a glorious woman, her family, her husband. That's amazing, isn't it? That's truly amazing. $25 from Mrs. Jess Horse. We're going to be placing the call right now. First call goes to WordConqueror. Here we go. Hello. Hey, brother. Promethean hails, and what's on your mind?
So the first thing I was going to do is thank Yiz the eunuch, because she was helping me spread the lexicon in another country that, let's just say, desperately needs it really badly.
Okay.
So, thank you to her, and also all the hard work she does and everyone else does. I forgot to say that last time.
Oh.
And there was something I was thinking about that's it hasn't weighed heavy on me, but I don't know what the right word is. Basically, something I've realized is that when people when non-white groups, right, when they describe the horrible tragedies that happened to them, right, what they'll do is they'll use like a word from a language that most people aren't completely familiar with that sounds intimidating. Like
Right.
to convey how horrible the event was, right?
Right.
And I think once this is over, we need to find a word from one of our old languages, and basically like somehow turn it into that. And so one example could be in the language of my ancestors, Welsh. There's this word that means haraith, and I might have butchered the pronunciation, but basically what it means is that you are homesick and the world you previously knew is gone, and it's almost like it never existed. And I thought that would be a good way to convey that idea to people in the future, because if you think about it, a lot of white people don't even know what's happening to them, but they know that the world they knew was gone, but they don't even realize that they weren't alive for that to be there, basically, right?
Right.
And so it's kind of, there might be problems with the word, but I think that might be a good one. And then it would be like, and we would add something to that word to make it, sound more like intimidating or whatever. But I guess what I'm getting at is that once this is over, we need whatever, and I know that this sounds stupid, or maybe it doesn't sound stupid. It sounds like, I don't know, like maybe focusing on something that isn't too important. But I do think that when this is over, we need like some sort of word or something to convey the nature of, this, what happened to us.
Right.
Because if you think about it, the words that other groups use to describe their tragedies, they're very intimidating words that it's like, even if you didn't know about the events, you would think it's a little bit, the word is intimidating. And a good example is the word Holocaust, right? Because the word Holocaust is a German word. It means like it's some like really aggressive word that means like destruction of something by fire. And basically it conveys like the concept of like a really horrible death. I'm sorry. I realized I shouldn't have said that word on your channel. I apologize.
No, that's fine.
But yeah, that's what I was getting at. And the one thing I was going to say before I was going to say the last thing is that if people are interested in the ancient history of our ancestors, I would recommend looking back at the ancient North Eurasian tribes in Siberia and stuff like that, because they were like our first, like known to be definitely European ancestors. And it's interesting. Basically, we've been around on the planet for at least 24,000 years, if not longer. But that's all I was going to say. And then the last thing I was going to say is no one needs to feel pressure to watch the channel. But if anybody wants to watch my YouTube channel, they can go to Dr. ONTAIWHITE and watch the videos. I'm going to come out with more videos as time goes on.
Awesome, brother. Thank you for giving that. I'll be able to share that next time.
Bye. Have a great day.
Promethean Hails, brother. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Fantastic. That's a great point. And as we build more community in the future, the ability to spread a new term will become, it'll become a more fertile soil for that. It'll become more likely that it could be achieved. It's a great idea there. Great point. First, we're going to call White Wellbeing Advocate and then Promethean Promulgation. Here we go.
Hi, brother.
Brother, great to hear from you. A big hail, Promethean hail. And what's on your mind?
Yes, brother. As far as the three-way call, we'll try to do that. It's the first time I've done three-way call on Skype. If not, we'll just after the call we'll drop it and he'll come in. But what I've been doing is helping our brothers and sisters in our community not only find work, especially within sales and marketing, but in addition to that, help train and teach and give tips and advice on sales and marketing. And we're trying to take over all those different spheres, or I should say industries.
Right.
And Promethean Promulgation, he's about to come on. I'm gonna try to see if we could. I'm gonna try to three-way call.
Okay.
Here, that's and I'm gonna let him speak himself.
Okay.
And he's part of the team now. On that, well, he's been part of our team on our Wellbeing, but
right.
As far as what we're doing, trying to help that work. So
right.
we'll try to call him in right now and let him speak for himself.
Go for it. All right, we're gonna see. This is a first, folks. So we're gonna see. See if it works. And if not, then as Wellbeing Advocate said, we're going to just get off with him and then listen to Promethean Promulgation. We'll call him. That's such a glorious thing to be doing, such a noble thing, reaching out, training our brothers in these skill sets so that they can be a success in their environments, so that they can build that base that you need to have, that really important base. Can you hear on your end? I can't hear anything. No.
Apologize.
Oh, here we go.
It looked like it wasn't able to three-way call because I just got him on, but then it said your call was on hold.
Ah.
So if it's all right, then I guess we can't three-way on the call, but what we'll do is just drop my call.
Yeah.
And if you can call in him, or he can call in.
I'll call him right now, brother.
Okay.
All right, man. Thank you so much. Thank you for your service. Promethean hails.
Promethean hails.
Bye-bye. Awesome. All right, here we go. Let's call him now. We got the song.
Well, howdy there, Jason.
Hey, brother. Promethean hails to you. Let us hear what you have to share.
Promethean hails. All right. Well, I didn't quite get to hear all of what Jim was saying. Cut out on me. Trying to answer the call, but real quick, I just want to stress how groundbreaking this development is. This victory is our victory. It's ours. It's not just my victory. If it was just me, it wouldn't be so special.
Right.
I've already had dozens of instances by now where Go Free has helped me as a method, but now we have a concrete change by the community interaction. I've said many times how Going Free has helped me in my career, but we need to expand and accelerate this 10 times over.
Yeah.
And what I'm talking about is Jim's consultation was a major factor in getting me to where I am now, which is now in a position to recruit, train, hire, and leverage that for white well-being like other groups do.
Right.
Now, obviously with anti-whiteism, I can't just hire 100% white people. But just like you say, if you're white, you don't have a country. Well, all those positions, we think of those as not really ours to begin with.
Right.
We can just say, hey, how many slots do I have? And not the great slots, although, hey, if you want to join us, sure can.
Yeah.
But how many slots we have that can go to a white person at all?
Right.
And if we say, hey, out of all of these slots, every single one of them is going to an advocate for white well-being, if at all possible. Right. Now, our plans for now is just to help members of the community get into well-paying positions that don't require any credentials, maintain a work-life balance, and most importantly, in places that promote based on results and not on being non-white.
Right.
So what we do is, we help you find the right job, prepare for the interview, so you know just the thing to say to absolutely floor the interview. And let me say, I was in an interview for a nationwide sales company, I'll say, or a company in their marketing department, and based, simply on training and knowing exactly how to ace the interview, I was offered a position for corporate level training.
Wow.
And that was just in the interview. However, other things going on, I went someplace else. But I'm now somewhere where we're looking to go national. And right now I can still hire where we are, if you are there. But, if it isn't one of our guys, we still want to help you train so you can floor that interview there with the experienced members that have worked in a number of different industries and for competing companies in an industry. And we've seen all of their training programs, and we just have a lot of experience. So, because what we found in sales, Jason, you probably seen this yourself, working in sales, most people drop out very, very quickly,
Right.
because the first couple weeks is when most people quit, right?
Right.
So if we help people get through those first couple weeks, we make them look like a prodigy and just descended from the heavens.
Yeah.
They're very quickly, they're put on the fast track to a promotion in an industry that promotes, based on hardcore results, and that's just our goals for now. Help people get those consultations, help them get those interviews, ace those interviews, get those good first couple weeks, help them make more money. And then if we get, 100 people making more money and they all decide to donate just a small portion of that, there's a lot we can do there.
Heck yeah.
So that's really what we're talking about right now.
My gosh, that is splendid. So where can folks reach out and talk to you all for this identifying jobs, training on how to interview to get the best job, and then helping through the first couple of weeks of challenges?
Gotcha. Well, you can find me on Twitter at Promulgation. We're also on Telegram. I know me and Jim are both on there in all the White Wellbeing group chats, as well as just message me privately. We do have our own group chat set up. I don't know if Jim can probably get the link to one of the mods and they can post it if he wants. But I do want to say that we really want to stress, you don't need to have any experience. This is an industry that you can get into without any experience. And no matter what other industry you want, if you want to just take a stint in any industry just to build up some extra skills, it's definitely one for that. But the number one thing we want, while we do want experienced people who can help us find jobs for people to hire within the community, so they can hire people, we want them as well. But the number one thing we want is people who just are struggling right now, or are thinking about a career change, or they want to get into this industry specifically, to come talk to us, because the number one thing we want is more of these victories to share.
Yeah.
And that's about it, brother.
That is so amazing. How glorious is that? Ladies and gentlemen, that's really pleased. Let's get a big round of raucous emojis. Celebration for these two guys and the work that they're doing. God, man, fantastic. You got to call in again, and we'll have you on again and give some more updates for folks and share a few more tidbits about what you all are doing, if you don't mind.
Oh, absolutely. I want to call in. This is actually a goal of mine, because if anybody is thinking that you're not worth it, you're not worth our time, but the goal we really have is I want a line out the door for this and every future project for White Wellbeing. We want to see a line to get into the project, right?
Nice.
That's the mark we want to hit. But yeah, thank you so much. And before I head out, there is one other little thing we talked about that I wanted to hit on, if you don't mind, brother.
Go for it.
I will say, for this job, the right kind of prayer absolutely does help. And you want to know the one secret?
What's that?
Okay, the secret to properly praying to the gods, I only pray for challenges. But Promethean hails, brother. Take care.
Promethean hails. Fantastic. God bless you, brother. We'll talk to you next time. That is awesome. Pray for challenges. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Wow. Did you think we were going to be talking about that here at the end? God bless these two guys. White Wellbeing Advocate, Promethean Promulgation. You can find them, Promulgation, on Twitter, and you can find them in our different Twitter or different Promethean groups, White Wellbeing groups on Telegram. Scott says, sent you a link, something on Cash App. Just a reminder. Okay. Got something on Cash. Did I miss something on Cash App? Okay. Yeah. We're not going to get out of here. We're not going to get out of here and miss. Thank you so much for that, Scott. $5 over here, brother. God bless you. Thank you so much. $5 financial gift over here on Cash App from Scott. And he writes here, Jason, thank you for caring about our people. Well, man, I really appreciate that. That's very Slaughtzian of you. I really appreciate. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Scott over there, $5 financial gift. We also have Anna Speaks Out, says, thanks for putting me at the beginning of this. I just realized. Well, you are most welcome. All right. And how much time do we have left? We're running out of time for this gathering, but it's been a wonderful one. Mestizo Carp is with us. Great to see you. And he said, Newstone is here. Hello and welcome. Mestizo says his local Target, they're playing Hispanic. They're playing music. Is it Hispanic music for Hispanic Heritage Month? It's going to be, ultimately, it's all going to come down to like Antiwhite Month. Is that right? So what kind of music are they playing? All right, just strolling through. All right, looks like I didn't miss anybody who tagged me at least. So remember, you have to tag me for me to see what you wrote if you're trying to reach me with a comment or question. And let me just make sure there's nobody else missed on Subscribestar. I'm ready to launch into this week. And with all of you, Team White Wellbeing, changing the world. Jeterson says, would you say focus on the system of spreading the lexicon rather than the goal of a particular political solution, partly because political solutions would spontaneously arise as a result? Well, precisely. And they will probably not look like what we are likely, those solutions are probably to not look like what we are likely to imagine they would. So yes, we change the societal conversation, and by changing the societal conversation, new opportunities present themselves. New opportunities are created by that. And there'll be new challenges as well, which is why we have to continue to come to the source. You can't just like run off with the recipe and think that everything's going to be static for all time. There'll never be another change again. So yes, we are creating the change because the victories that matter are the ones at the dinner table. And as we create those victories, we get closer in some ways that are seeable, in some ways that are not, to the recapture of our destiny. We just have to continue to navigate that course. And that's a great a question as any to wrap up this glorious service to white well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, I am humbled and I am grateful to be able to serve with every single one of you on this team white well-being. And I look forward to many more victories and many more successes in the coming future. I want to celebrate you. I want it to be your name. Let's make sure you get out there and be the legend and be the hero that you want to be in the hearts and minds and bedtime stories of many white children and adults that are yet to be. I love you all. Let's go free.